Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself.
"Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair?" "Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine."
I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me." She was talking about my mom. I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me.
"Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us."
"Oh my God, you're so sweet."
"You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole."
What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself.
"Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you."
Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month.
So what? I paid for it.
He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. "Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me?" "No." "Olivia, do you want to go shopping?" "No." "Olivia?" "No!" But I didn't even say anything.
Whatever.
Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt. I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather. But then I had an idea. Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops! I'm sorry, it slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
"Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else."
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise.
I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve, I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here?
Susie? What are you doing here?
You forgot my name? What's wrong with you?
But I still recognize you after all these years.
That's something.
Oh, my baby.
No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, baby.
I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money?
No,
clothes. Who do you think I am?
A thief?
Yeah. Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail.
Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you.
I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you?
Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money.
It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad.
What?
He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
And saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day, he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
Hi, I'm Thule from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time, he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
You turn that stupid music down, it's giving me a migraine. Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine.
Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Thule, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Thule. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Thule, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off.
That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache.
But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the underwater alien invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month. Please? I'm Kirk, by the way.
Thule, Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or a locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league.
Watch your mouth, Thule.
But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Oh, why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money, so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Tuli, my Tuli, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was, but I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter. What else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Tuli?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter, and that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Tuli? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her, so I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you. You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you.
So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet.
I know you don't want to talk to me.
Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school, we'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my god, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night.
Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops?
Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us?
Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met.
Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now.
I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are.
God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone?
Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute and I want to talk to you. And apologize.
It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders.
Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk.
I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office. And as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me.
You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble.
What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself.
Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself.
Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him.
Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay.
After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now.
Penny? Who are you talking to?
That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me?
No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay?
Yes, he is. Jenna, Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes.
No, Penny. There isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra. How he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend.
I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset, I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked Mom,
Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. Hey, who said you could come in here? Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear. You're stupid. Your mom is stupid. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Your mom doesn't even make any sense. He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious.
Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me?
Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling. And I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking.
What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much, she'll get fat. Then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister.
One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Niha. And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying. This is not how girls talk, Niha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing. Boring. I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom. What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's gonna marry you? Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off. Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today! It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Niha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend? He looks rich too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type.
Your mom didn't seem to think so.
My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married.
And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes.
Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years.
The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here?
That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha?
I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff.
They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers.
How do you know that I'm participating in it?
Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are.
Why are you doing all this?
Isn't it rather obvious?
The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle.
Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked.
I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me.
Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win.
I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened?
The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition, but it backfired and you passed out.
He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it?
Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this?
Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here?
How could you?
It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened.
Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose.
But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute, and she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me.
When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs.
What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why?
Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him.
So Mom didn't give me the drugs?
No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister.
Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom.
And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened.
Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say,
Neha is focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait.
Hi everyone, my name is Maze and this is my story.
Hi, I'm Maze from the West Bank, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born as the youngest of 4 siblings, and both my parents were medical professionals. Mom was a nurse and Dad was a lab technician. But growing up, I didn't see much of Mom. She worked really long hours, and even when she was home, she was mostly quiet and preferred to be in her room. I wondered why she was like that. But Dad was the complete opposite. He was always home in time to cook dinner and help my siblings with their homework. And no matter how tired he was, he would read me stories every night.
Daddy, you cheated. You skipped a few pages.
What? No, I didn't.
Last night, the princess was in the forest, remember? You have to read from here again.
But the story's almost finished now, sweetie.
From the forest, Daddy. You know she never forgets anything, Dad.
It was true. Growing up, I observed everything and had the best memory. If anyone had trouble remembering anything, they asked me. Maze, do you remember seeing my keys anywhere?
Yeah, Mom, you put them in the fridge next to the milk. Maze, do you know where my pink shoes are? They've been in the garage since September.
Honey, what was that joke I told you 2 weeks ago that made you laugh so much?
Oh, what do a clown's farts smell like? They smell funny.
My parents would drop me off at Grandma's every day before going to work. She lived with my aunt and uncle and adored me, but I never liked Aunt much. She always had something to say about Mom.
Oh, Maze, your hair looks terrible. Doesn't your mother ever brush it? Poor child, you look thin. Is your mother too busy to cook?
Well, it was true that Mom never did those things, but I still felt annoyed. And one day as I was playing with my cousin, I heard Aunt say to a visitor, "Oh, that one, she's my niece. Her mother dumps her here every day because she cares more about herself than her own child." I felt so mad that I ran into the kitchen and spat straight into the pot of food she was cooking. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Aunt had said. I was going to ask Mom why she didn't care about me. That evening, I was waiting for her to return when suddenly the phone rang. It was Mom. She asked for Dad, but he was in the shower. "Okay, Maze, listen carefully. Tell Dad that I won't be coming home for a few weeks."
What?
Why? He knows why. I can't really explain right now, but in case I don't come back, Maze, I promise everything will be fine.
Mom, why wouldn't you come back? Don't you love us?
But she just hung up. When I told Dad about her mysterious phone call, he looked really worried. But then he said she'd just gone to visit her sister. I didn't believe him for a second. Mom finally came back after weeks, looking really tired, and just went to her room. And we never spoke about where she'd gone. One evening at dinner, Mom got a phone call and she said she had to go. As she was getting ready, I snuck into the car secretly. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom parked outside a house, and once she was inside, I peeked through the window, and I saw a sick-looking boy in bed. Mom checked the machines around him, fed him medicines, and made him laugh. I'd never seen Mom like this. And when she stepped outside, she almost tripped when she spotted me. "Maze, what are you doing here?" I just wanted to see what you were doing, Mom. Is that boy really sick?" "Yeah, he is, sweetie. Would you love me more if I got sick?" Mom looked stunned and then pulled me into a hug. "Don't say that, Maze. I love you very much. I'm around sick kids all the time, and sometimes I just don't have the energy for my own family. It's not fair, though, and I'm sorry."
"Where did you go for 3 weeks, Mom?"
"I caught a bad illness from a patient, and I had to stay away so you guys wouldn't get sick. And I didn't want to worry you by telling you the truth."
"Mom, you made that kid so happy. I want to do that too. I'll be a doctor one day, and I'll treat all sick people for free. And I'll give them medicines that taste like Nutella."
That sounds lovely, Maze. After that day, Mom and I got closer, and I became obsessed with becoming a doctor. Soon I joined an all-girls school, and I was always one of those kids who loved it. The only problem was my cousin, Siham, who was in my class. We'd grown up playing together, but ever since we joined school, she seemed to hate me. Maybe it was because I always had good grades and she was barely passing. To make things worse, Grandma was always telling Siham to be more like me. Why, Grandma? She's so boring. I'm pretty, and I'm gonna be a model one day. You'll all see me on TV when I join America's Top Model. You will do no such thing. But if you're like Maze, you can go to the US to be a doctor. Ew, I'm not touching sick or old people. I'm gonna go to America and be a swimsuit model. Grandma threw her shoe at her, which she dodged, and I couldn't stop laughing. But I asked my parents if I could really go to the US one day to study, and they said if I had good grades, then yes. By the time I reached high school, I was more determined than ever, but Siham always mocked me. Don't you ever want to do something fun, Maze? Like what? Shopping, dressing up, talking to a hot boy. Have you seen the cute ones next door? Right next to us was an all-boys school, and I knew the girls spent half their time spying on the boys and exchanging notes. I've got bigger things to focus on right now, like going to the US. Yeah, I have the same dreams, girl, but I'm not working so hard for it, and you'll see. I'll be way more successful than you. Like, who needs more doctors? Everyone? If I'm sick, I'm not gonna go to a model. Then don't get sick. It's not hard if you eat an apple every day. Wow, you could be a doctor already. Now, please, let me study because I'm actually serious about my dream. And who says I'm not? I'm so sick of you always acting like you're better than me. With that, Siham suddenly snatched my book and ran off, laughing and tearing out pages from it. I chased after her, but suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I fell to the ground and fainted. I woke up in the hospital with my family around me. When I asked them what had happened, my parents said the doctors were still running tests. But what we found out completely changed my life. It turned out that I had bone cancer. Luckily, the doctors said that it was curable. It was really tough undergoing the treatment, but I stayed strong and got through it with my family, who was always by my side. And within a few months, I was cancer-free. But I ended up with a permanent limp and had to use crutches for some time. On my first day back at school, I felt life was finally getting back to normal. But I started noticing how some students looked at me with pity, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed at times. One day, I'd just walked into a busy library when a group of girls got up from their table and turned to me. You don't need to walk around looking for a table, Maze. It must be hard for you. Just take ours. Girls, why do you have to act so weird around Maze? She's really strong. I mean, she just beat cancer. She can walk to a table on her own. I knew my teacher meant well, but I realized so did the girls. I appreciate the offer, but also, I'm completely fine. It's only a limp. Why don't you join me? You can also ask me anything you want about my sickness. I don't mind. My parents had spent all their savings on my treatment, but I didn't let that get me down. I was working harder than ever to apply for scholarships to US universities. One day, I went into an empty classroom during recess to study, and I walked in on Siham making out with a boy. Oh my God, what are you doing? How did you get in? I told my friends to guard the door. Your friends aren't outside, and you're crazy. You could get into so much trouble for sneaking in a boy. Just then, we heard some voices outside the classroom, and Siham grinned. No, I won't. With that, she jumped out of the window. And of course, I couldn't do that. And seconds later, a teacher walked in. We were taken to the principal, and even my parents were called. They all believed that I hadn't sneaked the boy in, but I also refused to tell him who did. And the boy didn't even know Siham's name. Maze, I will have to suspend you since you're covering up for the culprit. But I didn't give them Siham's name, and I got suspended for a week. I was so mad at that witch. But soon, I got some news that made me forget everything. I received an acceptance letter from a top-ranking medical school in the US on full scholarship. My parents and siblings were overjoyed for me, and I couldn't wait to tell Grandma. But when I went to visit her with Mom, she didn't look happy to see me. What's wrong, Grandma? I'm just deeply disappointed in you, Maze. Siham said you got suspended from school because you were caught with a boy. How could you? I felt furious. She's lying. It wasn't me. But just forget all that nonsense, Grandma. Look, I got into a university on full scholarship. Suddenly, Aunt took the letter out of my hands. "I've been telling you for years, Mama. May's parents have always been too easy on her. She's sneaking boys into school, and they're still going to trust her and send her away to the U.S.? God knows what she'll do to bring shame to the family." Mom leapt forward and gave her a tight slap. "Don't talk about my daughter that way. She's a source of pride for this family, and she always will be. Perhaps you need to keep a closer eye on Saham. I suspect the boy at school has something to do with her." Mom took my hand and we left. Grandma came over one day and apologized, and she gave me a handful of cash. "What's this for, Grandma?" "Nothing. Just a small start for your new life. I'll miss you, darling, and I know you will make us so proud." It was really hard when I had to leave because I'd never been away from my family before, but I was also excited for my new adventure. But at first, landing in the US was more of a cultural shock. Everything seemed 10 times bigger, and people seemed a lot friendlier back home. I felt almost invisible as I walked across the campus to the hostel. Suddenly, I lost my balance and almost fell down when someone caught me. I looked up to see a tall girl. "Need some help with that?" Her name was Kylie, and it turned out that she was in the room right next to mine. She ended up helping me unpack, and we stayed up really late talking. "Can I ask you why you limp?" When I told her I survived cancer, she looked awestruck. "Wow, Maze, it's so brave of you to chase your dream and be here all on your own. Well, now you got me." Kylie was my first friend and the closest, but I slowly started to mingle with others as well. After always being in an all-girls school, it was strange for me to be studying with boys, but over time, some of them became really good friends. When Christmas arrived, everyone was going home for the holidays, and I felt really homesick, but Kylie invited me to her place. Her family was lovely, and it was the first time I got to experience Christmas their way. I'd made a traditional Palestinian dessert for them, and they loved it. In our second year, Kylie came to me one day with some upsetting news. Her dad had been unwell lately, and she'd decided to transfer to a college in her hometown. "I'm gonna miss you so much, Maze." "Me too. I can't even imagine this place without you. I'll come see you soon." I put on a brave face as she left, but once I was inside my room, I couldn't stop the tears. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I nearly fell back in shock. It was my sister. It turned out that she'd applied to the US for her master's, and she'd gotten into a college right next to mine. I never thought I could go so far away from home, but seeing you do it gave me the courage, Maze. This is the best surprise ever! Welcome to your new home!
Hey, you made it! Thank you so much for watching. I just want to say that it wasn't an easy journey. It was kind of tough, and I faced a lot of obstacles in the way, but with hope, passion, and patience, I managed to get through all of them. And right now, I'm in my second year in medical school, achieving my dream in becoming a doctor.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning, my dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of Mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. "Hi, Mom," I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, "Hi." My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I know she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. "It is you," she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. "It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen," she chuckled, talking about the sonogram. "I've grown since then," I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, While my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. "So what are we going to do?" my stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. "We're still married," he blurted. My stepmom nodded. "Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house." He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, "No, I mean that I'm still married to her." "So we aren't even legally married?" My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. "It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight," I tried to assure her. "Tonight? It's my bed, my house." She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed, and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door, and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. "Everything okay?" she asked, and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. "Mom, this is Lisa," I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, "I don't need to be invited into my own home." I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, "We can all call this place home." Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, "You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about." "You're taking my husband away," was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. "What is it? What's going on?" he asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. "I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me," she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. "I'm your daughter, Emma." "No, my daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house?" "Dad?" I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. "Something's wrong with Mom," is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming, "Where is my daughter?" And my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses, but this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me, and she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.
Hi everyone, I'm Billy. Yeah, just like Billie Eilish, but not famous. Welcome to my second home, the hospital. If you want to know why I live here, please like and subscribe. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. "Mom, Dad, it hurts." They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared.
"Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here." "She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby."
And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday.
Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times.
My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. "That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?"
Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you.
"I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here." It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross, and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?
Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer.
Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down.
"I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful.
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more. Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey. Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I'd been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steele. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steele. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes, I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table, and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet. But then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours.
That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it?
Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada.
Oh, is there...
The first few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them.
So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families.
I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families?
Of course.
I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation.
You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle.
I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person.
I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy.
It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here.
So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food?
I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know a great
My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the 2nd grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day. I was running a little late on the first day of my 2nd time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher. Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math. I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math 25 years ago when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what if...
What do you think you're doing?
There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class. Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid. And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground. That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one. I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart. Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're like super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said, "Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything. Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys." Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying, but you will never experience that, dummy. I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
"You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain." He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments, so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later,
and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom. And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said,
"That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away."
That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her.
I now declare you divorced.
I know what you're thinking. Emma, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Don't be so dramatic. Wrong. This percentage is so outdated. It's 80% now. Also, I'm not upset because my parents are getting a divorce, but because... Wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, and make sure you like this video and subscribe to MSA. I was born in a very poor country. But luckily, my parents were entrepreneurial geniuses. They built a business empire early on, so I never had a taste of real poverty like others here, and was practically raised with a golden spoon in my mouth. Mom doted on me and was super attentive, but Dad wasn't around much, so we'd never grown close. And when I was 11, he just announced out of the blue that he wanted a divorce and was moving to the US. He left just like that, without even paying child support. The most traumatic part was that he took our wealth and my lifestyle with him, and I had to eventually give up all the expensive stuff that had made me who I was. What do you mean, let's go eat hot dogs in the park? We're not hobos. Should we be sleeping on park benches next and using newspapers for blankets? I'm just saying, we can hang out and not spend money all the time. But apparently, we couldn't, and that's the first time I noticed I had no real friends around me. I switched to a public school, which was so stinky and embarrassing. Can I have one low-cal lobster, please? Oh, yes, of course, milady. 1 second. Oops, guess we ran out of those. Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays. Remember it. It was a hard reality check, but over time I learned a lot and got really street smart. Do you have seafood today? Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays, sweet pea. Remember it. By the time I graduated from high school, I was a strong, savage girl who would not let anyone cross her. I had saved up for a flight to the US, and I was ready for revenge. Daddy, here I come. Dad was the owner of a huge restaurant chain here, so he was easy to locate. I wasn't sure exactly what I was gonna do yet, but I wanted to get close and find some dirt on him that I could use. And even though I was 99.9% sure he wouldn't recognize me, I'd still gotten a serious makeover to avoid the risk. Hi, I'm Emily. Are you looking for waitresses? Yes, we are hiring. We'd be happy to try you out. And so I began working there with no clear plan in sight. I just knew a salary didn't qualify for revenge or even child support. One day, as I was polishing the cutlery in the kitchen, I heard Katie crying while she was on the phone with someone who was clearly yelling at her.
Poor Katie. Her husband is a nut job.
This happens often? Why is he yelling at her?
It's probably something to do with work. He is the boss after all.
The boss? As in...
Yep, that's his wife.
Wife? He remarried? I must have fainted, because the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor and Colin was checking my pulse.
Gee, you scared me.
What happened?
I said Katie was the boss's wife and you went pale and fainted. So you tell me what happened.
Oh, I think I just didn't drink enough water today, that's all.
Sure, okay.
Colin and I became the closest co-workers. He sort of became like a guardian angel to me.
Your lunch today has all the nutrition you need. Can't have you faint in my kitchen again. Although
what?
Well, I haven't performed CPR in ages. I might need a refreshment course.
You know that doesn't count as a kiss, right? It only makes you a creep.
Emily, you pervert! How dare you go there? I was merely suggesting you help me practice a life-saving technique.
Ha ha ha. Colin, you know, if you want, you can ask me out like a normal human being. As I was walking back home that evening, grinning from ear to ear that I finally had a boyfriend who seemed to like me for me, I remembered that he actually actually didn't know the real me. He didn't know my name was Emma or that our boss was my dad. Over the next few weeks, I kept looking for an opportunity to tell him, but there never seemed to be a right time. One day, Katie told us there was an extra shift available for a waitress at their house because they were hosting a party, and I jumped at the opportunity. Bingo! As I entered their mansion that evening, I felt a sense of nostalgia, and a realization dawned on me. Dad's life hadn't stopped or changed like mine after he'd moved on. He didn't actually lose anything. For him, Mom and I were just a pit stop.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, hey, yeah, it really is. When we went inside, Katie welcomed us warmly. She was always kind, but in her home, she seemed more warm and maternal. It felt like we were guests, not employees. Kids, come show Emily around and put her bag in the locker rooms.
Hey, Emily, nice to meet you.
Hi. As they showed me around, I felt like they were living the life that was stolen from me. What a lovely house. Oh, you've won so many math and art competitions, I see. Did your mom take you to all of these?
Both Mom and Dad. They never miss a competition.
Oh, Dad too? That's nice. My dad never took me to anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sure he was just busy. Dad is busy sometimes, but he always makes it up to us.
So, he did know how to be a real dad. What did these kids have that I didn't? Why couldn't he love me like he loved them? I sat in the locker room alone, staring at the wall and just overthinking every memory I had of us when Colin came in, and suddenly I just burst into tears.
Emily, what's wrong?
Colin, I have to tell you something. And I found myself spilling my whole story and the reason I came to work for Dad. I spared no detail. Colin's mouth had dropped to the floor. He was silent for a few seconds after I finished, then looked up at me.
Honestly, good for you.
What? You're not upset that I lied to you?
No one knows this, but my real name is Samson. I hated it and hated my parents too. So I changed it and I left home at 18. I wouldn't say the real me is Samson, who was an angry teen at home. Colin is who I choose to be every day, so that's who I really am.
He was so right. The decisions I made daily were what defined me.
Know what? He deserves anything bad that comes his way. I want in.
Silent moonlight above, heartbeats, whisper of love. Nights a blanket so still. Stars are bending to will. In the shadows we find sparks that light up the park. In the shadows we find
party, I managed to slip for a couple of minutes into Dad's office. I wanted to find something I could use against him, so I scanned the room well to make myself familiar with it, then left. Since it was the holiday season, I'd have plenty of waitressing opportunities at his house to sneak in again. I'd noticed that he had a safe in his office, and every time I snuck in, I tried every possible 4-digit combination I could think of. His kids' birthdays, his wife's, his own, but nothing worked. Until one day, I randomly tried my birthday, and the lock clicked open. Wow, now that's a surprise. Did he still think about me? Maybe he did love me. For a minute, I felt guilty and didn't want to go on with my plan. But then I remembered, if he actually loved me, he would have recognized me by now. So no, he probably used my birthday because it was the last thing anyone would ever know or think of. Thanks again, Daddy. Inside, I saw piles and piles of money. I wanted to snatch it all and run back home. But I knew that only works in movies. Instead, I started stealing small portions. I did not feel any guilt. Dad was plain awful to everyone around him, including his own wife. Then one day, he surprised us with a visit at the restaurant. What are you doing here, dear?
Well, it's my restaurant, isn't it? I'm here to check if everything is running smoothly.
That's what I'm here for. Why can't you let me run the restaurant without constantly trying to control everything?
Listen here, pretty face. I know you got bored as a housewife and you want to play manager, but I have real work to do here. So why don't you go for a stroll as I check everything out?
No, this is
I wasn't asking.
Katie stormed out of the restaurant on the verge of tears as he continued to check everything up close. Everyone was terrified of him, especially me.
You over there!
Me? This was the first time he had spoken to me directly in years.
Yes, what's your name?
I felt sweaty and tongue-tied, but then I felt Colin moving and standing behind me. He put his hand on my shoulder to let me know he had my back. Emily, sir.
Emily. Are you new here?
Been here a few months now, sir. Just then, 2 shady-looking men walked into the restaurant and saved me from the investigation. Dad left me alone and followed them into a small room at the back of the restaurant. Sometime later, the head cook was called in too, and when he walked out, he looked flustered. An hour later, Dad and the shady men came out of the room, shook hands, and then all of them left. What's that all about?
I'll try to find out.
Later that night, I just couldn't fall asleep. My dad had looked me in the eye, talked to me, and he didn't recognize me at all. How do you recover from that? The next day, Colin came rushing to me, looking ready to burst.
Emma, we got it.
Really? What did you find out?
Yesterday, he made a deal to import illegal seafood. He wants to use that in dishes without disclosing it to customers. The head chef and sous chef are in on it. I overheard them talking.
Bingo! I knew he'd be up to something crooked. Now we have to think of a plan to expose him. I wanted to teach him a lesson, and also see if he would flee and leave his new family when things got too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo.
Oh yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, it nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man. Can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in? That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my God, it's Jen. Hey, yeah, I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen.
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork, and he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're kind of... I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me!
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome!
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you, the best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen, we have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us. Just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today, you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh God, I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us.
Don't move. Don't breathe.
He's literally staring at us.
I think he's sleepwalking. I used to do that. I'm not sleepwalking. Are you? Me? From the future? No, And that's older Jen. This is just a dream, Milo. You'll wake up from it soon. Well, that's disappointing. For a minute, I got excited thinking you'd come from the future to tell me time travel is possible, and Jen and I ended up together. It's not. And we didn't. Oh, okay. Good to know. Can I grab those cookies? Thanks.
And then, young Milo just walked away. Oh my god, what just happened? Do you have any memory of this encounter since you met your future self in your past?
I hadn't thought about this in years. But yeah, now I remember having this weird, vivid dream as a teenager about meeting our future selves. I thought that's all it was, a dream. This is insanely cool.
Also, let me get this straight. 17-year-old you wanted us to end up together? Milo's face flushed.
I thought you always knew I liked you, but deliberately ignored it. So I assumed you just wanted to be friends.
I suspected it sometimes, but you never said or did anything.
There was never a good time.
We only saw each other every day.
You had a crush on someone first, and then there was someone else, and then there was Alex.
Alex was the first serious relationship. The rest were just crushes, Milo. I may have even lied about one of them to get some reaction out of you.
Wait, hold on. Back up. So that means you liked me too?
Maybe. Okay, yes. There were times when I thought we could be more than friends, but you were always so inexpressive and in your head. I never knew what you really wanted.
So this is my fault?
Looks like it. Also, is this why you disappeared from my wedding?
I really was making groundbreaking progress on my time travel work. I was totally consumed by it and didn't need any distractions. But yeah, I thought seeing you actually walk down the aisle with that dumb jock would be a bit hard.
Maybe if you said something, it would have turned out differently. Things with Alex weren't always perfect, even when it looked like they were. But I guess this is how it was meant to be. You know what? I'm exhausted. I'm gonna call it a night. The next morning, we decided just to focus on what we had to do that night to make sure the scientists' vaccine experiment didn't get messed up. Can't we go to the lab earlier today and remove the equipment so I never bump into it?
That place is guarded at all times. The only opportunity we have is what our younger selves have discovered all those years ago. There's a half-hour gap between guards changing shifts at night.
Which is also the time our younger selves will be breaking in, and we can't be seen by them.
Exactly. We can only follow them carefully and actually prevent the accident from happening at the time it happens. When you bump into the equipment, there's a 3-second window between the liquid falling from the vial and going into the beaker. We have to be hiding behind that counter already so we can stop that. I've tried it a few times, but I can never do it fast enough.
When you have 3 kids, you have superhuman reflexes. It'll be a piece of cake for me. It felt surreal as we hid in the bushes outside the warehouse, observing young Jen and Milo ahead of us, and we waited for 5 minutes before we climbed through the window they used to get in. Milo, I'm stuck. Push the window up a bit more.
It seems to be jammed. How are you stuck? I just came through this too.
I guess my butt is just bigger than yours, isn't it? Just do something. Milo pulled hard at my arms, and I finally got through and landed on him with a soft thud. We waited breathlessly for a few seconds to see if someone had heard us, then went down the passageways that led to the lab. We slipped in quietly behind young Milo and Jen, then crouched on the floor and crawled over behind the counter. What the heck is going on in this place?
I don't know. Half of this stuff has biohazard signs on it. I really think we shouldn't have come here. I told you so.
Shut up.
It's gonna happen in 10 seconds. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. We counted down the seconds, my heart pounding in my ears, and the second we heard young Jen crash into the equipment, I leapt up, reached for the beaker, and pulled it away just before the liquid from the vial fell into it. And I felt a strange ripple in the air, like something major had changed.
Hey, are you okay? Look, we gotta get out of here before someone finds us.
As the two ran out, Milo and I slowly got up, my hands still shaking as they were clutching onto the beaker. I actually did it!
Oh my god, Jen. We've just averted a huge future catastrophe. Now, let's get out of here before we cause another one.
We ran out the way we'd come, climbed out the window, and saw young Jen and Milo sneaking off ahead of us. We decided to take a breath and give them a head start. But just a few minutes later, several black cars came at full speed and halted in front of the warehouse. Milo and I quickly ducked behind a bush. And then I saw something which made my heart drop. As the car doors opened, several people in lab coats and black suits stepped out, and one of them was my mom. Without even realizing, I let out a loud cry, and Milo clamped a hand over my mouth. Mom looked around sharply, and for a second, I thought she was staring right at me.
Did someone else hear that?
No. What did you hear, ma'am?
Just a strange sound. Maybe it was an animal.
As she was about to walk into the building, she suddenly turned to a bodyguard.
Search the premises to make sure we don't have any unwanted visitors. And if you find someone, you know what to do.
As the men started spreading out, Milo quietly dragged me backwards towards the fence. He lifted a plank to let us through, and then we ran as fast as we could. Milo, stop. I can't breathe. My mother. She's somehow a part of this horrible virus project? Did you know she was involved?
I swear I didn't. The last few times I went into the lab, I escaped before these cars got here. It's my first time seeing her too.
This is ridiculous. My mom was known for the best freaking apple pies in this town. That's what she was known for. How can that cold, scary person be my mom? How could she be part of creating a weapon?
I'm so sorry, Jen.
Milo hugged me tight as I sobbed into his chest. I want to go home, to my present. Can we just go now?
Yeah, I just need to get my briefcase from my house. Then we're going home.
I was still in shock as we made it back to Milo's. He told me to wait in the garden while he got his briefcase. But moments later, I saw young Jen and Milo come out of the house, and I immediately hid. I saw them walking down the driveway, but then suddenly, he took my arm.
Jennifer, there's something I need to say to you.
You never call me Jennifer. This sounds serious.
It is, and it isn't. I mean, it is, but it's not that big a deal. Like, either way, I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'm cool. You get me?
Are you having a stroke?
No, I'm trying to say something here, okay? And I have to do it tonight or I'll lose courage and never say it.
I didn't remember having this conversation with Milo before, and suddenly, I felt that weird ripple in the air that I'd felt in the lab, like something big was changing. You know you can say anything to me. I'm your best friend.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's the thing, actually. How long have we known each other now? 4 years, I guess. So in that time, the thing is, Jennifer, I have to confess that
What the heck?
I think I'm in...
And suddenly, I desperately started making sounds like a crow. Oh God, what is that? Sounds like a bird being murdered.
It doesn't sound like a bird from this planet.
The car is ready to drop Miss Jennifer home, sir.
I gotta go. It's late. Let me know if you find that poor, tortured creature. Young Jen left in the car, and young Milo stood there looking after her, then went back to the house with his head hanging. And I was still reeling with shock when I heard Milo behind me.
Hey, we're good to go.
I turned around and pounced on him. What did you do?
What? Why are you attacking me?
What did you do?
Ow! Get off of me! And stop pulling my hair! What is the matter with you?
You did something, Milo. I know you did. I don't remember you ever coming close to telling me that you were in love with me. So why did I just witness your younger version about to say that to my younger version?
Oh, God, I didn't know he'd do it here and you'd see it.
Tell me what you did!
All right. Remember how last night you were blaming me for never having the courage to say anything? And you have been saying you have a mundane life and you wish things could have been different? So, yesterday when you went to bed, I slipped into Milo's room. I used to write notes to myself as reminders all the time, so I left a note saying that I had to tell you how I felt tonight. I just tried giving my younger self a little push, that's all.
That's all? Are you kidding me? You tried to change a major event, Milo. After all the rules of time travel and your lectures not to change a thing, you actually tried to change our destiny?
I thought that's what you wanted.
That's not what I want now. You should have said something in the past.
That's exactly what I was doing. Why are women so confusing?
No. If your past self had just told my past self how you felt, and if after that I'd decided to break up with Alex, it would have changed the rest of my timeline forever. So when I return to my present, it wouldn't even be the same present.
Would that be so bad? I thought we missed our chance and I could fix it. and it's not like things with Alex turned out great.
I have kids with Alex, and they are the best thing that ever happened to me. If Alex and I never ended up together, I would never have my kids. You almost erased them from existence.
Okay, listen. I know that sounds bad, but if the timeline changed, you would have no memory of your kids in your present. You wouldn't even have ever met them. It would all be different.
And that very thought is making me sick to the stomach. In this moment, I know they exist, and they mean everything to me. And I would choose the same life over and over again just because I got to have them. And you nearly destroyed all of that. And I will never, ever forgive you for this. Take me back home, now.
Jen, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through.
Don't talk to me. I can't even look at you. When we made it back to the present, Milo just said,
I'm sorry,
and disappeared into the night. And my heart felt heavy with anger and knowing I'd probably never see him again. I hugged my kids extra tight when I met them. And over the next few days, we all watched news of the xenovirus virus spreading like wildfire. But the government reassured the public that a vaccine would be made available as soon as the following week, and I breathed a sigh of relief knowing we'd all be safe. And soon after, I took a trip to see my dad. He had become a recluse over the years, and I'd kind of resented him because I always felt he knew the truth about why Mom left and kept it from me. Dad, don't ask me how, but I know Mom was involved in a shady government project related to the xenovirus virus. I deserve some answers. So if you know more about it, please just tell me now. And finally, he did.
I knew your mother was a government official, but her work was always confidential. The night she left us, she told me that she was part of an illegal project involving the creation of a virus as biological warfare, which had been shut down, and everyone involved in it was considered a criminal. So, she had to go on the run and leave the country immediately. I was just trying to protect you. I didn't want you to think she was a monster. Honestly, I haven't heard a word from her since.
I'm really sorry you had to carry that burden alone. I wish you'd told me.
Now, I wish I had too, and we wouldn't have drifted apart.
We can still fix that, Dad. The truth about Mom was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was better to have some closure, and I got close to Dad again. I even felt more at peace with my decision to divorce Alex. Well, sort of. You know, Alex, I really am sorry that you didn't get to live your football dream. I know it meant everything to you.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it was really hard. Ow! Why did you just kick me?
That's for cheating on me. Don't even deny it. I know you did.
What? When?
Think long and hard, Alex. It'll come back to you. And try to be a better man now. And seeing my younger self just made me think about the dreams I once had. I decided to apply for PhD programs again. And yeah, it was hard studying while juggling the mom gig, but I was happier than I'd been in years. My anger at Milo faded as months passed by, and I wanted to talk, but I had no way to track him down. But then, as fate would have it, I was running after a bus one day when I bumped straight into him. Literally bumped into him.
Ow! Please don't punch me! I'm already hurting! What, is your skull made of iron?
It's not like I bumped into a feather pillow, and you made me miss my bus.
I don't think you were gonna catch that anyway. Any chance we can get coffee and talk?
Sure, but not this cafe. I'm banned from here.
Look, just let me say my piece first, okay? What I did was beyond stupid. It was so reckless even trying to alter our timelines, and no one knows that better than me. There wasn't even any guarantee that you'd have broken up with Alex and ended up with me, or that we would have lasted in a relationship. Maybe I would have never continued working on time travel, and then we'd have never gone back to fix the vaccine. I can't even fathom the repercussions of such an action. I guess I was just really curious about the what if. But I'm so glad you stopped it in time. I know it's a lot to ask for, but is there any chance we can agree that I was a complete moron and you can forgive me one day?
I'm curious about the what ifs too. And I did sound like I wanted a different life, but I've realized that maybe everything that happened, however it happened, had the best possible outcomes for all of us. I want to believe that. And I guess we were supposed to meet again now after all these years. So why don't we just pick it up from here?
Hi, I'm Milo. a whack job scientist and time traveler. I'm emotionally stunted, but I'm working on it.
Hello, I'm Jen, mom of 3, science teacher and PhD student, also taking therapy for anger management.
Cool.
I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it. Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi everyone, I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town, where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart, and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time, when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 in the morning, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was Delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling. Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't gonna be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my God, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully, the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back. So I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost scheduled to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I went to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like Spain more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
A break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc, etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example.
He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead, she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him, so he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend Jean-Pierre, and Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night, I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we kinda got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter! Can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait! I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow! I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was gonna kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's for my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine, I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed, but the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can lie back down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't gonna last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable!
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around. And with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this.
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad, this is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lied to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest. And they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault? That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
Ugh, it's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you?
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away, but now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much, but if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, 'cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are? Always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt! I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you say.
Have you ever woken up from a dream so wild and vivid that it made you question reality? Well, I had one of those. Except mine wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Believe it or not. Hi, I'm Avery, a young billionaire pilot, and this is my story of how I ended up in the creepiest and most mysterious place in the world. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Let's take it from the top. It all started when my best friend Mila and I were getting ready for some party on one of my private islands, and while I was picking which jet to fly, she was busy ranting about how I just rejected my 8th millionaire suitor on that same day.
I swear you reject men like it's your natural reflex. A-listers, heirs, young CEOs, that prince from somewhere I can't pronounce. Girl, what exactly are you looking for?
I slid my hand along the wing of jet number 3, like it was a Greek god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for something more. Someone who can make my heart feel like it's about to jump off a cliff, maybe?
That sounds like an arrhythmia.
Exactly. The world's too big to settle just because someone has a yacht named after me.
Maybe you just haven't met the right one yet. Who knows? He could be hiding in the most unexpected place.
Ew, I like the sound of that. Just then, my head bodyguard stormed in with the other walking muscle towers.
Miss Avery, your father strictly said, no flights without a pilot or protection team.
I've been flying since I was 4. Not to brag or anything, but I've probably spent more hours in the sky than in math class.
With supervision, Miss Avery.
Oh, please. Just this once?
Ma'am, this is serious. You can't
We're gonna be late for the party. Sorry, boys. Mila scrambled in after me, gripping her matcha tea like it was holy water.
Are we actually doing this?
Yep. I'm cutting trackers and signals, so don't scream.
Why do I hang out with you again?
Because you love me, and I got you that gold-plated PS5. Mila was only interested in 3 things: parties, video games, and me.
Fair enough.
We were up in the clouds in under a minute. You ever wonder what the edge of the world looks like?
No. Normal people wonder about movie endings, skincare routines, and what their cats are thinking. Well, you wonder about edges and wormholes and flying into unmapped airspace. Be careful what you wish for, Aviator Barbie.
But that's the thing. I liked the unknown. I liked chasing the things that most people were too scared to look at. Maybe it was the curious cat in me. The sun was already setting as we neared the island. I practically felt the music blasting from the party below. And honestly, I'd rather keep flying than partying with a bunch of basic guys. How about we go somewhere else?
Where? The edge of the freaking world?
Exactly.
You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking.
Just a few more loops, okay?
Girl, I swear on my last will, you're gonna regret this one day.
Oh, come on. My parents won't be back for 3 days. I have to make the most of it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this chance?
Ugh, fine. But we better not miss the party, or else.
Don't worry, girl. I got you. I whipped a U-turn midair and just let loose. I was flying. Not just with wings, but with freedom. No rules, no schedules, no rich parents breathing down my neck. It was just me, the sky, and my best girl screaming her lungs out beside me. Just then, I spotted spotted a massive flock of birds charging straight at us, like feathered missiles. And they did not look friendly at all.
Avery?
Hold on. I tried steering away, but it was too late. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my jet anymore. I was lying on the grass, in the middle of nowhere. I sat up and looked around with my heart pounding in my ears. No Mila, no jet, just weird-looking trees, starlit ruins, and some moon statues everywhere. Where am I? If something happened to Mila, I swear to God, I couldn't forgive myself. I reached for my phone, and my stomach instantly dropped when I realized that it wasn't in my pocket. It was probably still inside the jet. If it still existed. I scrambled up and immediately heard the saddest squish under my designer boots. Please don't be poop. Please don't be poop. Yep, probably poop. Great. Love that for me. But no time to emotionally process that right now. I needed to find Mila, or my jet, or a working cell tower, or anyone I could beg for help. I mean, I didn't survive boarding school and etiquette class just to die lost in an unfamiliar place. I took a shaky step forward and glanced up, then froze at the sight of the massive moon. It was hanging so low I felt like I could high-five it. Its bluish-purple light drenched the place, making everything feel strangely off. I tensed up the moment I heard rustling nearby. I spun around and gasped when I saw a deer. And it wasn't just any deer. It was tall, glowing, and elegant. And it was staring right at my soul. It then turned and pranced away into the mist. And of course, being the curious little disaster that I was, I followed it. As I walked, I noticed even more moon statues around, and giant deer sculptures peeking out from behind glowing bushes like they were quietly watching me. What even is this place? For a moment, I actually hoped that I was at the edge of the world. I was terrified and weirdly curious at the same time. Eventually, the deer stopped at some ruins on a low cliff where old stone shrines and ancient relics that my dad would probably be interested in were scattered around. My heart jumped in relief when I spotted someone, a woman, but something was off with her. She was kneeling in front of one of the shrines, arms lifted toward the glowing moon, like she was in the middle of some ritual or something. I was about to call out to her when she suddenly rose, her long, ethereal purple hair spilling over her shoulders and shimmering under the moonlight. Wait, were those elf ears? And what was up with the antlers on her head? It was probably just a fancy headband, right? Or some kind of fashion here? Before I could even say hi, the deer walked up to her. And she smiled and leaned her forehead against its nose, like they'd been besties since birth. Weird, but sweet, like nature therapy. And I almost didn't want to interrupt. As the deer backed away and trotted down the slope, the woman suddenly spoke.
The forest whispers when someone new arrives.
She then turned to face me and started glowing. And did she seriously just turn into another deer right in front of me? So shapeshifters were indeed real? Okay, either I was dreaming or I hit my head really, really hard. The creature just started galloping down the slope and across the terrain like it was totally normal behavior. Hey, wait! I tried to follow it, but I suddenly froze when I heard a lullaby echoing through the trees. I followed the sound, and just a few feet from where I left the cliff, I stumbled into a flower field, and in the middle of it was another woman, and she was twirling under the moon like she was filming a perfume commercial or something. God, I hope this one's normal this time. I hid behind a tree to take a closer look at her, and wow, she looked hauntingly beautiful. No antlers this time. just a lacy eye mask and a stunning dress that was giving Dior or Valentino vibes. Not gonna lie, she was mesmerizing, and I just couldn't look away. Just then, she tilted her head toward me and smiled, like she knew I was there all along, even with her eyes closed all this time. Hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to crush your, midnight flower ritual thing. Super pretty, by the way. But yeah, so I just literally fell out of the sky and I'm lost and possibly hallucinating. I was just wondering if you have a phone, or you could at least tell me where I am, because I would really love to—
You heard it, didn't you?
Heard what exactly?
The moon's lullaby.
Wait, that wasn't you singing?
I used to be the only one who could hear it.
She paused, and in a split second, she was already right in front of me.
Until you showed up.
My soul instantly left my body. Like, how did she even— There was no walking involved. The moment I blinked again, she was gone. Before I could even process what the heck just happened, creepy, shadowy, reddish figure suddenly stepped out from the dark and lunged at me. Screaming, I started running for dear life. At this point, I was sure I had to be dreaming, because if I wasn't, then what in the world were those things? When I finally lost them, I crashed into a mossy statue and ducked behind it. Through the fog, I saw moon statues, more relics, and gravestones. Blood drained from my face when I realized that I was in a freaking graveyard. Just when I thought this place couldn't get any creepier. Moments later, I saw something bluish-purple flicker ahead. As it got closer, I realized that it was a guy walking through the dark mist with a lantern. He had a long black overcoat, gloves, and boots, and his lantern pulsed with a cold, steady glow that somehow made the darkness lean back. "Excuse me, sir? Fog guy? I'm super lost, and I really need some help." But he didn't respond. He just kept walking like he'd stepped out of the underworld. Hello? When he got close, my heart felt like it was about to jump off a cliff. He had pale skin, a jawline sharper than my sanity, and eyes that looked like he hadn't slept for centuries. And yet somehow, he still managed to look hot. Dangerously hot. Am I dead and you're the Grim Reaper assigned to escort me to the afterlife? I then held my breath when he suddenly leaned in closer, pushing the lantern near my face.
I wish.
Then, a vampire? I hugged my jacket tighter and shielded my neck, just in case.
Unfortunately, no. But your neck does look tempting.
My soul screamed at his deep voice. When he finally backed off, I gasped like I'd just survived a staring contest with Lucifer himself. So, you're a normal person? Sorry. I was, gosh. Wait, I think I have something stuck in my throat. His attractive face has got me malfunctioning so bad. Probably either a shark's bone or a lobster's claw. So, okay, here's my story. I was flying my jet, crash-landed here, then found myself running away from some creepy moon cult with chanting and possibly floating people. I need to get out of here, and I assume that you can help me with that? But he just stared at me, but not with annoyance, not even with concern, more like calculation, like he was trying to decide if I was a threat, a liability, or maybe his next victim. So, you're a local here? Still nothing. No answer, no emotion, just aura farming. He turned around and started walking without any words, and I just found myself following him like a dumb little duckling. I spotted a tall silhouette, barely visible through the fog, a towering lighthouse on a hill, and it looked like he was heading straight for it. So, are you heading towards that lighthouse? Can I come with you? I guess not. So, what's this place called? Because it's seriously giving Haunted Island vibes. I kept tossing questions his way, but it basically felt like I was interviewing the air. So, we're somewhere in the US? Do you guys have an airport here? A helipad? I'm just wondering if I could, buy an aircraft so I could fly my way out of here. Can I borrow your phone for like 5.5 seconds? I'm 97% sure my bodyguards and assistants are freaking out right now. I need them to help me locate my friend and pick me up ASAP. Any chance there's a boba tea place nearby? And a spa? Gosh, my feet are killing me. He totally screamed danger, but I was desperate at this point. You own this place, don't you? Finally, he acknowledged my presence again.
I guard the borders of this dying land from outsiders like you.
Outsiders like me? Do I look like a serial killer to you? He scanned me from head to toe and scoffed like I was the worst thing he'd seen all day. Excuse me?
More like a lost soul stumbling through things she cannot comprehend.
Ouch. That sounded poetic and insulting.
That was the intention.
Could you at least tell me your name?
Names are a luxury.
Oh my god. That's exactly what someone named Vladimir would say.
Call me whatever helps you sleep at night.
Okay, sir, whatever helps you sleep at night. Bit long for a name, though. Maybe I'll just call you... He shot me a death glare, and I should have been scared, but I blushed instead. What in the world is happening to me?
Keep talking, and I'll make you sleep. Permanently.
Did he just casually threaten my life? Okay, chill. Zipping it. Mouth sealed. Muted. He glanced back at me again, and this time, he was looking past me, over my shoulder, like something horrifying was creeping up behind me. What's going on? I slowly turned and gasped at the sight of those shadow creeps slipping out of the mist. They were the same entities who had chased me earlier. But before they could get close, Graveyard Hottie suddenly stepped in front of me and raised his lantern like it was a sword.
You're looking for the wrong person. Now, be gone.
His lantern suddenly lit up, and a cold light cut through the fog, making the creeps scream and disappear like smoke. Did he just save my life? I was still in shock when he leaned in closer again and whispered something to me.
If you want to stay alive, then stay out of the dark. Got it?
Got it. Before I could even ask him about the context, he suddenly stepped into the fog and disappeared. Wait! Hey! Where are you going? I ran and searched for him everywhere, but now he was gone. Ugh, I didn't even get his name. Will I ever see that Graveyard Hottie again? After a brief mental breakdown, I decided to keep going and wandered until I reached the edge of the woods, where there was a quiet stretch of water and a tiny old rowboat tied to a post. Oh my god! Is this finally my getaway ride? I climbed in and instantly regretted it, because when I tried rowing, it went sideways, then backwards, then I nearly flipped over. My muscles were not built for this. Why didn't I take boating lessons again? Eventually, the boat bumped against another shore, and I almost kissed the ground out of relief. Before I could even explore the place and find some help, a group of terrifying creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started cornering me. Okay, at this point, I was 200% sure I was dreaming. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and braced myself. Maybe after this, I'd finally wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to the smell of bleach and metal. The lights above flickered, and something dripped nearby. I tried moving, only to realize that I was strapped to a surgical bed in a hospital gown. Okay, so apparently those creatures actually hospital napped me. Just as I was hoping for the Graveyard Hottie to come and save me, the door suddenly hissed open, and a creepy surgeon walked in. He had slicked back blue hair and a creepy mask that covered half of his face. Oh, and he was holding a freaking drill. Totally normal.
Awake at last.
Who the heck are you? And why am I dressed like I'm about to get dissected?
Curiosity demands sacrifice, and you should feel honored.
Whatever you say, freak show. Touch me, and I swear my lawyers will erase your entire bloodline. From society. Legally, of course.
You're still young, but already quite stubborn.
He reached for a metal tray filled with shiny tools and syringes.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. You have nothing to worry about. Under my care, you'll receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise your recovery.
What does that even mean? I'm not sick or broken or whatever.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. You're in my sanctuary now. A facility for correcting flaws, for perfecting minds, for studying consciousness.
He picked up a syringe, and the second that needle glinted under the light, my soul left the building.
I assure you, you'll be my next successful experiment.
Let me go, you psycho!
Let's play around with your brain. Just a little. You'll be amazed at what's hiding inside.
Just as he reached for me, the double doors suddenly slammed open, and a young boy wearing a traditional-looking hat and outfit wheeled in a huge oxygen tank.
Apologies, Doctor. I heard you needed more air.
You!
Without any warning, the tank suddenly exploded, filling the room with smoke and gas. Through the haze, the boy unstrapped him fast.
They're closing in. If you want to live, take the window. Jump.
Oh, wait, what? Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Someone who used to be his experiment and survived.
Okay. But what about you?
Just go. I've got some unfinished business to take care of here.
You think running away will save her? She belongs to us now.
The door suddenly burst open, and those same creatures who kidnapped me poured in and charged straight at me with terrifying speed. Without thinking, I sprinted to the window, launched myself out, and crash-landed onto a moving garbage truck. As it rumbled through the darkness, I looked up, expecting sunlight, freedom, something. But to my surprise, the moon was still there, just smaller and duller now. Eventually, the truck stopped and ejected me like trash. I rolled into a scrapyard, surrounded by metal heaps and broken machines behind a shady lab facility. I started looking for something that could help me get out of here. And while digging through the scrapyard, I finally spotted something. A busted-up electric scooter. Just as I was about to hop on, someone blocked my path. A young girl who looked like an evil porcelain doll.
Where do you think you're going?
Home? Is there any problem with that?
I do have a problem with that.
Great. Another freak.
I see it in your eyes. You're scared and thrilled at the same time.
How did she know that?
You're running on unstable emotions, easily corruptible. But don't worry, I'm here to optimize you.
Baby girl, what exactly are you gonna do to me? You look like you're just waiting for your mommy to come pick you up.
That's cute. But you see, I don't handle trash myself.
She pressed something on her tablet, and behind her, a massive silhouette rose from the shadows, with glowing eyes and whirring joints. Is that a freaking robot?
My little friend here removes errors, and you, unfortunately, qualify.
Just as the robot lunged at me, I yeeted the scooter straight at it, but it only bounced off like a sad little paper plate. Right as it raised its claw to squash me like a poor little bug, a long and massive beam bar suddenly crushed its arm with a sickening crunch. I looked up and instantly forgot how to breathe. A blonde guy with a face card so powerful it could make women across the globe bark, and a jawline sharp enough to bankrupt the diamond industry. Oh, my modern knight in shining armor. Who is this guy?
You all right? Hang in there. Let me just finish this real quick.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My brain was buffering harder than hotel Wi-Fi. By the time I blinked, the creepy porcelain doll girl and her deathbot had vanished.
Well, gotta give them credit. Fast feet.
Just when I thought the coast was clear, those terrifying creatures suddenly emerged from the alleys. Ugh, can't these weirdos just leave me alone?
I don't think they're here to have a friendly little chat. Let's move.
Before I could even react, he scooped me up like a duffel bag and bolted into the fog. I was screaming my lungs out as they reached for us. But this guy had insane speed and reflexes. And somehow, while he was carrying me like I weighed nothing, he still managed to beat up some of them with his precious bean bar. When we finally outran them, I was this close to puking all over his boots.
All right, we're clear. You okay?
That was actually such an insane experience. Thanks for saving my life.
Not a problem. I came here for you.
You came for me?
Well, my duty is to save and protect everyone in need.
Of course. Sorry for all the screaming earlier. The blood was pooling in my brain and I saw my life flash in 4K.
Fair enough. Let's get you home.
That's when I noticed we were at a port, in front of a ship. Wait, is this your ship? Am I finally going home?
That's right. Come on.
We boarded, but I couldn't shake the paranoia crawling in my chest. This guy was just too perfect, like he was sent here just to save me. But why? What's in it for him? Listen, I've had a rough week with different entities. So, just to be sure, are you here to actually save me, or, I don't know, harvest my organs or something?
I already did the first part, didn't I?
Right. As we finally boarded his ship, I realized that I needed a full spa day. I asked him if he had a bathroom and spare clothes because if I didn't get out of this gross hospital gown, take a bath, and brush my teeth ASAP, I swore I was gonna lose my mind. Thankfully, he had some spare clothes, but it was a giant black shirt that swallowed me whole. When I stepped out onto the deck, I walked in on him, bulking up, and oh my holy juicy protein powder. Look at those muscles and veins.
Wow, my shirt's way too big on you. But hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah. But I like it. It's cozy. So, are you from here?
Nope. I came here to reclaim something that was taken from me. From us. And protect what's left.
Ooh, interesting. He then told me his name, Victor, a high-ranking military commander, apparently leading some kind of expedition through this weird, fog-infested region, hopping from island to island, chasing ruins, lost history, and something personal he wouldn't talk about.
I met a local in town. Her name is Nell, and she told me that this is a lawless region and off the grid, so it can be pretty chaotic. But that's all she shared.
That actually made some sense. But my curiosity was already screaming 100 more questions. Victor and I continued to bond. He was actually warm and laid back, and the way he kept checking on me, making sure I was okay, was doing something to me. But of course, just when things were finally looking up, the ship suddenly had engine issues, so we had to dock again in the nearest land.
We'll rest here for a while and ask around. Nell told me that the locals here are pretty sneaky and love ripping off passing tourists, so we just need to be a little careful.
We met up with Nell in a diner, who surprisingly looked like a supermodel with a tattoo on her right eye.
I heard you've had quite a trip. Eat up. You look like you haven't eaten in days.
Oh, you bet. Back home, my dinner usually comes plated like edible museum exhibits. But this will do, I guess.
So, where exactly is back home?
I told her about my background and how I ended up here, and she looked extra intrigued.
So you're not exactly the average tourist profile. People usually come here on ferries, not personal aircrafts.
Oh, speaking of aircrafts, do you know anywhere I can borrow one? Preferably a jet or a helicopter.
We can try the craft shop. Might have something experimental.
Craft shop? Like gadgets, machines and stuff?
Everything, babe. Just name it.
We finally arrived at the craft shop, and it was full of bizarre inventions and food weapons. And apparently, it was being run by equally bizarre young girls.
Build a jet in a day? Please, I could do it in my sleep with one hand.
Honestly, it sounded ridiculous. But at this point, the only thing that felt impossible was me getting back home. As the girls geeked out over engines and blueprint jargon, I glanced out the window and saw Victor and Nell talking, and they looked sus. Planning to eavesdrop on their little conversation, I stepped outside, only to crash into someone achingly familiar. Tall, brooding, and unfairly attractive. Mr. Graveyard Hottie. God, I missed him.
You're not safe here. They know who you are now. All of them. We need to leave.
What? What do you mean? And who's they? Suddenly, Victor stepped in.
She stays with me. That's not your call. Oh, I think it is. Because I'm responsible for her now.
2 of the hottest men alive fighting over me in the middle of a creepy fog-covered mystery land? Now it felt like a Wattpad fever dream. And Mila would be frothing at the mouth when she hears about this.
You need to come with me. You need muscle. Not some emo lantern guy, Avery. I've led troops through war zones, while he's guarding trees and graveyards. You do the math.
Honestly, it was impossible to choose. So I suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. And to my shock, they actually went for it. But it turned into an endless, awkward loop of ties. I considered flipping a coin, until we realized none of us even had one. I'd gladly come with both of you anyway, so... Did I just say that out loud? Before they could react, a red flash in the alley snagged my attention. A glamorous woman with sleek glasses, a stylish hat, and a banner stood there like a fashion model turned CEO. She pressed a finger to her lips and raised the banner. If you want real answers, follow me. She winked at me, then vanished into the shadows. Okay, definitely not suspicious at all. But my feet had a mind of their own. So I ditched the boys and followed her straight into a cafe and... Holy stepmother of boba tea! I wasn't expecting this to exist here. I immediately barged in, only to find that it was completely empty, except for that woman. She was sitting there, like a seductive riddle, with endless legs, casually sipping her drink like this was a date.
It's self-service.
Oh, love that. Real classy. Now, about those answers.
Why don't you throw a question first? Just a little suggestion.
Okay, fair. So, where the heck am I?
Spill the boba tea?
I mean, where? Like, exact location, GPS? How do I escape? She sipped her tea louder and even more dramatically.
They surely have the best boba tea around here. It tastes so divine. And sweet. And creamy. It's probably laced with... something drippy. Like a special honey made from paradise and...
Look, I'm here because you promised me answers, not some boba tea review. As if testing my last nerve, she started taking selfies with her tea. Serious question, are you trying to help me or mess with me?
Apologies. Can't a woman have a little fun? Anyway, before we get serious...
She took her drink and strolled toward me like she had all the time in the universe. I then held my breath as she leaned in, way too close. Seriously, what was up with this whole town or whatever? Why was it full of insanely attractive men and women, aside from those freaks and psychos, of course?
Try this one first.
I took a sip and realized that she wasn't lying about her boba tea review.
I knew you'd like it. Anyway, have you considered being a pop idol? With that face card and body tea, I can make you global.
Are you recruiting me or giving me answers?
Both? Anyway, I've heard your family owns quite a few islands. Think I could have, say, 3? Strictly for my child's private playground.
Wait, she has a kid? And how does she know that? Miss whoever you are, I'm this close to losing it. I just want my jet, my best friend, and a 14-hour spa day, and to go back to a life where my biggest problem was choosing which designer sunglasses to wear. I got up, ready to leave, when the doors and windows suddenly slammed shut, trapping us in.
It's them.
Which one? There's a lot of lunatics in this place.
You're probably confused. Being in a place that promises new secrets and answers long buried in time. And where people from different places come chasing power, riches, and control. Everyone wants a piece of you. Some to protect you and use you at the same time. Some to own you. Some to experiment on you. And others to erase you.
What? Even the ones who saved me? The ones I kinda trusted?
Tragic, isn't it?
Then how do I know you're not one of them? She just sipped her tea again and shrugged.
That's your call, sweetheart.
What is this all about anyway? And what exactly do they want from me?
Your arrival just made things even messier. You're carrying something none of them planned for.
You just made me even more confused. What even are you? Spy, cult leader, crazy vlogger, rogue journalist, boba witch?
Oh, darling. I just like knowing how the story ends.
Then I want a jet so I can go home safely with my best friend. That's how my story ends.
Well then, your answers await, as promised. It's right beneath us.
She then tapped her heel on the floorboards. Wait, was she serious?
Quickly now, they're coming. And they're not here for the boba tea.
Just then, the whole cafe started to shake. And that was my cue. I flung the hatch open, climbed down, and found myself in some kind of underground cave. I was completely lost until I spotted a jet up ahead. Finally! Sweet, glorious escape. I took off running, only to stop dead in my tracks when I realized that it was just a toy. A stupid little model jet on a stand. And then I heard the echoes of that woman's laughter from above. I knew she was sus. She freaking tricked me, crazy witch. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight burst through a crack in the cave ceiling and hit me square on. I suddenly felt weird. What's happening? Just then, everyone started showing up from every direction, completely messing with my head.
The prophecy lied. It wasn't supposed to be you.
I was chosen to be the new moon, and not you. I am the true vessel, and that light belongs to me.
You are the perfect subject. I must know what you truly are.
Utterly risible.
You carry the moonlight, and with it, you can save what's left of us. Come with me, Avery.
This region's balance depends on you. Let me protect you before they twist what you are.
Just shut up, all of you! And don't come any closer! Just then, I heard another woman whispering in my head. You don't owe them anything. Just keep shining, Avery. And just like that, I snapped back. I spotted a tunnel tucked into a corner and sprinted like my life depended on it. Because it did. When I finally burst out the other side, an actual jet was there. And Mila was inside.
Girl, let's go! Hurry up! We're running out of time!
Miracles do freaking happen, folks! I jumped in, slammed the hatch, and fired up the engine. That's when they showed up. Faces I'd never forget, charging toward me. But they were too late. I had already launched into the night sky. No one owns me. I'm done being told what to do. I'm my own person, not your freaking vessel or whatever. So guess what? Bye, freaks. Freedom, at last. I jolted awake to the sound of beeping machines and blinding hospital lights. Sweetheart? Oh my god, honey? She's finally awake.
There you are. You better have a good excuse for scaring us like that, young lady.
While I was still processing the emotional mess of seeing my parents again, someone else walked in. Mila. Her arm was in a cast, her eyes were glassy, but she was smiling, and I felt super relieved.
Welcome back, Aviator Barbie.
That's when it hit me. It was all indeed a dream, and I finally woke up. So apparently, I survived the crash, but fell into a coma for 3 months. And after the crash, Mila got us help, even with a busted arm, and screamed until rescue found us. Later, when it was just the two of us, I finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mila.
What for?
You were right. I was too curious, too reckless, and it got us here.
But we're alive, aren't we?
Yeah, and I had the weirdest dream ever.
Oh? Spill it.
And I did. Every juicy, terrifying, ridiculous, romantic detail.
Wait a minute. Your dream sounds familiar.
You say that like you've had the same one.
No, dummy. Remember the game I've been playing lately?
You play a lot of video games.
Genshin Impact? We literally watched the trailer of the new update the night before the accident. The place in your dream, it sounds like Nod Cry, the newest region in their world.
She opened her phone and played the trailer again, and my jaw dropped. The dark mist, the lighthouse, the glowing moon, the town, everything. My whole dream was literally there. But more than that, so were they. Just in their video game versions and aesthetics.
Dive into the immersive world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Devat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. On September 10th, version Luna 1 arrives with a massive update, the mysterious new region Nod Cry, and the most important story chapter yet, revealing long-awaited truths about the heavenly principles, Fatui, and Aether and Lumen. To celebrate Genshin's 5th anniversary, enjoy a free 5-star character, exciting challenges and minigames, tons of free pulls, and more. The Wish banners feature Lauma and Nahida, followed by Flynn's, Yolan, and newcomer Aino. Ready to explore, battle, and uncover the truth? Click the download link now and use your exclusive gift code to get a head start into that.
I stared at the screen, amazed and traumatized at the same time. Was it really just a dream? Or something more? Either way.
Okay, that's it. Give me the freaking game. I need to try it. I need to meet them again.
Welcome to the fandom, girl.
And just like that, I was ready to dive back into all those wild adventures. And even get closer to my favorite characters. You know who they are.
Hey, I'm Miley from Venice. Before you listen to my story, please click like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, my parents were just busy in their own world, and they sometimes forgot I existed. When I was 3, my parents were getting ready to go out for their anniversary dinner, but minutes later, they walked out the door and left me home all by myself. I ran to the window and started yelling out loud, and that's when they came back running.
Oh God, what are you still doing here? You're making us late.
But you forgot me, Mommy.
Come on, no time to talk. Hurry up.
This kind of stuff happened all the time. Then once when I was in 4th grade, I invited them for my annual day function. I was playing the role of a princess and was super excited for Mom and Dad to see me. But like always, they didn't show up. Ugh, I was so pissed. The other kids were taking pictures with their family while I was standing there all alone. And I finally lost it. I decided to walk back home by myself. As I was passing a sandwich stall, I saw a girl a little younger than me trying to steal a sandwich.
Hey, no, you can't do that. Stealing things is bad. But I'm very hungry, and I haven't eaten for days.
I saw tears in her eyes, and she did look like she was having a rough time, so I offered to pay for both our sandwiches. Her name was Lucy, and when I asked her about her family, she told me the most shocking thing.
I don't have a family. I lived in an orphanage, but the caretaker was so evil. She made us work a lot and didn't even give us any food. So I ran away.
It broke my heart to see her so sad, and I asked her to come with me. I have parents, not the best, but at least I can promise you a home. Besides, I've always wanted to have a sister. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she hugged me. Later, when we reached home, I asked Mom and Dad to adopt Lucy, but they refused straight to my face.
But Mom, I really want a sister. You guys barely have time for me, so...
So you picked a thief from the streets? Not happening. They took Lucy back to the orphanage, and I cried my heart out. I wouldn't even eat or sleep, and I'd run off to the orphanage and wait for Lucy outside every day. Seeing me this way, my parents finally gave in and agreed to officially adopt Lucy. And I was the happiest. And in no time, we were like real sisters. Soon after, Lucy was starting school with me. And even though she was nervous, I promised I'd be there for her all the time. But the moment we entered, we fell in the eyes of Diana, the meanest girl in the school.
Hey, Miley, is that your new adopted sister? Ew, what garbage dump did you pick her up from? She stinks like a skunk's butt. Shut up, Diana, or I'm gonna kick your butt right now. Ugh, cut it out, Miley, and send her back. I don't think orphans like her belong with us rich people. My mom told me they're just the filth of society.
That was it. I pushed her away and she fell to the ground. But when I turned to Lucy, she was already gone. Later when I went home, I hugged her.
It doesn't matter what anyone says, okay? You're my sister and I'll always love you.
After that, I took a necklace from my pocket and put it around her neck.
What's this?
Open it.
OMG, it's our pictures. You're the best, Miley. I love you.
And I really loved her too. Days passed and I was always there to watch over Lucy. No one was gonna mess around with her as long as I was around. Then one day in 8th grade, we were given a math test when I suddenly looked up to see Lucy passing some sheets to Diana through the window. What the crackling crabs? I didn't want her to be caught by the teacher, so I kept quiet. But later when I went to the cafeteria, I saw Lucy at a table surrounded by Diana and her minions. What was this witch up to now? What's going on here? Leave my sister alone, you witch.
No, Miley. She's my friend, and we're just having lunch together.
Friend? Are you crazy? She's a bully. Stay away from her. Ooh, it looks like someone's really possessive. And it's not like I threatened her to hang out with me. She wants to be friends with the cool kids. What is she talking about, Lucy? You come with me right now. You're not staying with these girls another second. I tried pulling Lucy away, but she brushed off my hand roughly.
No, I'm not going anywhere. And please, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. I'm not a baby.
I couldn't believe my ears. My sister was fighting me for some bully? Later when Lucy came home, I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen.
She's not bad, okay? She saved me from other mean girls in the washroom once and asked me to join her gang. Now I'm cool like them, don't you see?
She's turning you into a bad person like her. I saw you helping her cheat today, Lucy, and that's not cool. But my words had no effect on her. And after that, she started hanging around with Diana all the time. She'd be carrying around Diana's books, bringing her food, wiping the table clean for her. It was so annoying. She even missed my birthday and went shopping with Diana. And when I saw her pictures on Diana's account, Lucy was carrying loads of bags after her like a maid. Why was she such a doormat? A few days later during recess, I walked into the girls' bathroom and to my shock, I found Lucy ripping a little girl's notebook and throwing them in the toilet while Diana and her minions were watching. What are you doing, Lucy? Have you lost your mind? Drop that book right now. Ooh, here comes the bossy older sister. She just wants to tame you and put you on a leash like a dog. Do you want that, Lucy? Or do you want to be your own master? Listening to Diana's words, Lucy looked at me and ripped the book in half.
She's right. You're not my mother, Miley. You're not even my real sister, so don't tell me what to do. Got it?
How dare you? I always thought of you as my sister, but I think I made a mistake. I should have left you in that orphanage and never brought you home. You're a monster. I tried to pull the little girl out of there, but Lucy jumped on me and we broke into a wild cat fight. Just then, one of the other girls shouted that a teacher was coming, so they all ran away, leaving me on the floor. I was so done with Lucy now. That stupid bully was no longer my sister. Lucy would sneak out of the house at night all the time, and I couldn't care less. But then one morning, she didn't come back home. And when I went downstairs, Mom was furious. That devil child. She's at school and was caught trying to steal something. What? No way. We immediately drove to the school and saw Lucy sitting in tears in the office. Diana was there too, looking bored. The security guards had caught Lucy stealing final exam question papers from the principal's office. But I didn't want to do it. Diana made me do it. Seriously? I don't even know your name. And how could I make you do anything? You're just some loser. And I wouldn't even keep you around to wipe my shoes. Ugh, this witch. But there was no proof against Diana. So she walked free and Lucy was expelled. As she ran out of the office crying, I tried to stop her, but she pushed me aside. You just want to say I told you so, right? Well, don't. Just leave me alone. I didn't follow her. She'd brought this on herself. And maybe when she was less upset, she'd realize it. But when I went back home, I was shocked to find that all of Lucy's things were gone. She'd just left without a word. I tried looking for her for weeks and months, but didn't find her anywhere. Soon after, I left for college where I met John. We fell madly in love and got married soon after. My married life was perfect. But a few years later, I discovered that I could never have children. Both me and John were devastated by the news. And as years passed, things started to get worse. On our 5th anniversary, I cooked John's favorite dinner and waited for him to come home, but he didn't show up at all. And the next morning, the doorbell rang, and I found 2 kids about 3 years old holding a letter addressed to me. Miley, please forgive me, but I can't take care of these kids anymore. I've lost all my money and I'm in debt and I have to leave. Please don't look for me. I stared at John's handwriting in complete shock, and now he was running away and leaving them with me? Oh my God, that jerk! I immediately took the kids to the police, and it turned out they were my husband's kids, and their mom passed away some time ago. The cops decided to send these kids to the orphanage, and that instantly reminded me of Lucy. My heart sank thinking how awful her orphanage was. And without thinking, I suddenly yelled, "No, I'll adopt them." And in no time, the kids moved in to live with me. Their names were Dan and Dean, and they were adorable. The first night, I fell asleep next to them. A few hours later, I woke up to crazy sounds. I rushed downstairs and saw them banging on pots and laughing. Quiet! Are you both babies or devils? They both dropped everything and ran towards me. Sorry, we play! I instantly melted. Later, I took them out shopping for toys and clothes. When we came home, they were both full of smiles and even kissed me. It just warmed my heart like nothing before. My life felt perfect. A few years passed, and the kids forgot they had another mother before me. Then once when Dean was in the 3rd grade, I found him crying in his room. Oh, honey, what happened? He told me there was some guy in his class who was bullying him. He even had bruises on his face. Oh, baby. I'll talk to the principal and his mom, and you'll be fine. Mom's got you. The next day at the parent-teacher meeting, I waited for the kids to point the bully's mom out to me. When they did, I went ahead and tapped her on the shoulder. "Excuse me, is that your kid?" I turned around, and my jaw dropped. Miley? Lucy? Oh my God. We just stared at each other in shock, and then I spoke. "Was it your kid who bullied my son?" "What? Not possible. My son is an angel." "Oh, really? Then why does he steal my kids' lunch and hit them? Is that what you're teaching him?" "How I raise my son is none of your business, bossy pants. If my kid gets hurt, it is my business. Keep your kid away from them." I walked off quickly before she made a scene. But on our way back home, I couldn't stop thinking about Lucy. She looked so different and pretty, but I didn't have anything to do with her now. A few days later, the kids insisted on me taking them to the school carnival. When we got there, they ran off to have fun with their friends, and I got busy with the other mothers. But moments later, we heard a loud noise, and my heart jumped when we saw a huge fire had broken out in one of the tents. I started looking for the kids and found Dean immediately, but Dan was missing. I was shouting his name and looking everywhere, but what I saw next shocked me. Lucy was there, and she was walking out of flames with Dan in her arms. Oh my God, what happened? Is he okay? I hugged Dan tight and then saw Lucy's hand. It was all burned by the flames. I stayed by her side as the medical team bandaged her hand, and then I spoke. Lucy, I can't ever thank you enough for what you did. But why'd you risk your life for my kid?
'Cause he's your son and you love him. And I owe you a lot for what you've done for me.
And then my eyes went straight to the locket she was wearing. It was the same necklace I'd given to Lucy ages ago. You kept it all these years? Why? She remained silent, but tears fell from her eyes. And I just hugged her. Oh, Lucy, why did you run away? I looked for you everywhere, but you were nowhere to be found. I was just so ashamed of myself, all the things I did, and I was horrible to you. I thought I'd ruined our relationship forever, and I couldn't face you anymore. But I've missed you so much. You picked up an orphan like me from the streets and loved me like family, but I threw it all away. I'm so sorry, Miley. Please forgive me. Already done. You're my sister, and I'll always love you. Come here.
And I could see all the girls drooling over him.
In the chemistry lab, everyone wanted to be his partner, but to my surprise,
He walked over to my corner and said, "Hey, you don't mind me joining you, do you?"
Of course I didn't. But while we were performing the experiment, I accidentally opened the wrong chemical flask and almost fainted from its smell. Just then, Jacob caught me in his arms and carried me to the nurse's room. He even stayed there till I felt better. "Hey, what are you doing here?"
"I just wanted to make sure you were okay."
OMG, he was so strong and such an angel. After that, we spent a lot of time studying and hanging out together. My life was close to getting perfect, but then Brenda happened again. I could see she was into Jacob, and she'd follow him everywhere. Once when Jacob and I were walking down the corridor, she started walking unsteadily and crying out, "Oh, I feel so dizzy. I'm gonna pass out. Someone, please hold me." I knew what she was up to, so I held back Jacob's hand and she fell to the ground. "What do you think you're doing, witch?" "Saving you trouble." She then got up and whispered in my ear, "Don't you dare lay your hands on what Brenda wants, or your little secret will be out, princess." "Psycho, don't you already have a boyfriend?" "What's your point? He's hotter, and what Brenda likes, Brenda takes." I knew once Brenda had her eyes on something, she was either gonna take it or ruin it, and that scared me. So later that day, when Jacob asked me on a movie date, I had to refuse because of Brenda. "Good job, scaredy cat. You got what you wanted, right? Now leave me alone." "Oh, not just yet, honey. I want you to cut all ties with Jacob and leave him alone. You're crazy, and you're a freak, and I know your secret. Remember that." I loved Jacob, but I had no choice but to listen to Brenda. The very next day, I broke up with him. "I'm sorry, Jacob. It's just not working out between us."
"But Vivian, listen to me."
He kept calling and texting, but I couldn't. I felt terrible. For the next few days, Brenda kept dancing around him and teased me about it. She was so evil. Then a few days later, while I was walking down the corridor, Jacob pulled my hand into an empty classroom. "Hey, wait, what are you—" Before I could even finish my sentence, he just pulled me close and kissed me. I wasn't expecting that, but whoa, it felt like heaven.
"I know everything about what Brenda did to you, and I want to tell you, I love you for who you are."
But how did you know?"
"After you broke up with me, she kept pestering me all day long, but I told her I only love you. Then she got mad at me and told me about your condition. I instantly knew why you broke up with me."
"Oh, Jacob, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. I love you so much."
"I know, Viv. I love you too, sweetie."
Of course, we started dating again because I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. The guy I loved me back for who I was, and I was the happiest. Of course, Brenda looked livid. Before the junior prom, Jacob prepared a big surprise for me in the cafeteria and asked me to the prom in front of everyone. OMG! It was all so romantic, and of course I was gonna say yes. But just then, Brenda threw a jug full of water over me and all my makeup washed away. And everyone was looking at me. This trash? You wanna go out with her instead of me? I'm practically perfect, and not some weirdo like Miss Patches here. Brenda, you're a complete nutjob. What's wrong? I held him back and stepped up in front of Brenda. Brenda, since the day I met you, you've only cared about stupid things like money and looks. But those things aren't going to get you friends or love. You'll be all alone one day because you don't care about anyone except yourself, and that makes you ugly. And soon everyone around her started shouting at her. Yes, Brenda, Vivian is beautiful inside and out, and you're awful. You're trash, Brenda. You're a cheater, too. Brenda ran from there, and I turned to kiss Jacob. Everyone cheered for us and congratulated us. Later that day, I went home and told Mom and Dad about everything Brenda did to me, and they decided to send her away to a boarding school for spoiled brats. Jacob and I continued to date until the last year of school, and then we got into college together.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone.
Like you, are there more of you nearby? Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Spirit of mischief. I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter. Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wish to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. Companionship and warmth.
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties, and so the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter, my heart.
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter. You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, you must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to Earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
And to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, the earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall. If she chooses to stay with Hades, so be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So, I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, The ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
My soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion. For even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
I was just walking out of my favorite thrift store when 2 scary maniacs jumped out of an alley and blocked my way.
Give us your necklace, or else!
I was about to make a run of it when suddenly Jerkface, Tom, appeared at my side. He threw a stinky egg sandwich at one of the maniacs' faces, pushed him onto the other guy, and grabbed my hand. We raced down the street and turned a corner. Just then, I saw Tom staring at my necklace with this stupid twinkle in his eye. I pulled my hand away and turned a corner to ditch him, but he caught up to me. I'm usually a fast runner, but you try running in these heels. Anyway, I was running for my life, and stupid Tom hopped in front of me.
Ava, that's a dead end. We should go this way.
Leave me alone.
I'm trying to save your life.
You're a liar. I don't believe you. All you want is my necklace.
Yeah, but I don't want to see you get hurt either.
Since when do you care about me, Jerkface?
Since I realized that I like you.
Hi, my name is Ava, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. Okay, I admit I'm a little weird. It's not my fault. I come from a family of weirdos. My parents own a bug exterminator business, and they're totally obsessed with bugs. Weird, right? Like, they kill bugs for a living, and yet they adore them. They even have a couple pet tarantulas named Simon and Igor. When I was 10, my parents set up a playdate for me and all the kids from the neighborhood. Things were going fine as we played board games and danced to music, but then Dad came downstairs with his huge ant farm.
Kids, did you know that ants don't have ears and some of them don't have eyes?
Ew! Dad went on and on about stupid facts about ants, and just when I thought he couldn't get more embarrassing, he tripped on his shoelace and dropped the ant farm, which broke, and ants flew everywhere. They crawled up a kid's leg, into another kid's hair, and one picked up a handful and ate them.
That's crunchy.
Their parents were so upset, they banned their kids from coming over. And well, I was now known as the bug lady. It wasn't easy to make friends, and eventually, I stopped trying or caring. And then in high school, things got even worse. My parents lost a huge client, and money got really tight. So I decided to get a part-time job to help out. I applied everywhere, but no one was hiring. And then I walked by this amazing thrift store. It had these beautiful secondhand dresses in the window, and I couldn't help staring. Once I stepped inside, I fell in love. The owner was an old lady, Miss Green, and I begged her to work there. Luckily, she gave me a job. I spent half my money helping my parents out, and the other half I used to thrift. I bought the most amazing retro dresses in all these cool colors, blouses with shoulder pads, bell bottoms, and clunky heels. Every day when I walked down the hall, I'd imagine that I was in a fashion show, but dumb kids would make stupid comments.
Oh my god, what year is it? The year fashion went to die? Are you a circus clown, or did a rainbow blow up in your face?
But I'd just pull down my sunglasses and look them square in the eye. No, it's thrift chic. Then I'd strut down the hall like a boss. Miss Green and I had a blast at the thrift store. I'd help her dress the mannequins and arrange the clothes, while she taught me the art of negotiating a good deal. She was almost 60 years older than me, but she was my BFF. Life was great until her stupid grandson Tom came to town. Tom was my age, and he thought he was super cool with his perfect hair, perfect teeth, and expensive clothes. The rumor was he had a genius IQ because he aced every test. All the teachers loved him, and all the popular girls waited in line to date him. Tom moved in with Miss Green because his parents had to travel overseas for business. He started working at the thrift store too, but he was the absolute worst. He'd complain all the time about the stupidest things.
It smells like mothballs in here. This music is so unsophisticated. Can I please have a chair? These handmade Italian shoes weren't made for standing all day.
And then one day, I came in early, and I overheard Tom and Miss Green in the office at the back of the store.
Granny, you really should consider selling this place. You're getting too old, plus you're losing money. I found a buyer who's willing to take all this clothes, off your hands. Think of all the extra money you'd have in the bank. We could go on vacation, you could buy me a car, and...
I couldn't take it anymore, so I barged in. You can't sell this place.
No one asked for your opinion.
Please, Miss Green, don't listen to him. This store is too important. Think about the customers. They'll be so heartbroken.
We're losing money right and left. We can barely make rent.
I'm sorry, Ava. Tom is right. I don't know if we can afford it anymore. I refused to go down without fighting, so I put my thinking cap on and came up with a wonderful idea. I went online and found several chat rooms for thrifters. Then I posted a bunch of pictures with me posing in clothes I bought from the thrift store. The next day, a swarm of thrifters showed up at the front door. They raced through the aisles and bought a ton of clothes. We made twice as much money as usual. That night, Miss Green and I celebrated with a sparkling bottle of apple cider, while Tom sulked in the corner like a 5-year-old. Business was steady for a couple of weeks, but then things quickly went back to normal. One day, Tom ambushed me at my locker at school.
You won't stop me from convincing my granny to sell that stupid store, so I suggest you back off.
The store isn't stupid. Miss Green loves it, and you'd know that if you weren't such a selfish jerk.
You're so naive. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of you filling my granny with your dumb ideas. She's only keeping that store because of you.
That's not true.
I've never met someone so lame. Your best friend is an 80-year-old.
At least I have a friend. You're so annoying and boring. I'd rather scratch my eyes out than spend another second with you.
That's just your stupid opinion. Haven't you seen how popular I am around here?
It's just because you have amazing hair, gorgeous eyes, a nice set of teeth, and a pack of abs. Lucky for you, people are dumb and superficial. Imagine if you had to rely on your personality. You'd get the Biggest Loser award.
Are you sure you'd be willing to part with the trophy? It would be hard to give it up when you've been winning 16 years in a row.
I shoved him out of my way and marched off. I couldn't stand his jerk face anymore. Later in gym class, we were playing a game of dodgeball, and the gym teacher put me and Tom on the same team. Tom kept giving me dirty looks. Then I got distracted, and a ball slammed into me and knocked me right on my butt. Tom laughed like a hyena, and I got so mad that I tackled him to the ground. The gym teacher sent me and Tom to the principal principal's office.
This is all her fault.
He started it.
She's crazy.
The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in detention after school for hours with Tom. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Truly, the ball is at fault. Dodgeball is a dangerous game. Someone was bound to get hurt. I blame the gym teacher. I blame society. The principal still gave us detention, and my animosity toward Tom grew even worse. A couple of weeks later, Miss Green got a bunch of new donations, and as we were going through the box, I found the most beautiful necklace that I immediately tried on. Wow, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. You can have it, sweetie. No, I can't take this. It's way too nice. I insist. I appreciate everything you've done for me. Consider it a thank you and a goodbye gift. Miss Green's words rocked me to my core. She told me she decided to close the store next week. No, there must be something we can do. The landlord doubled the rent. Tom and I ran the numbers. There's no way we can afford to keep the store. I felt like a knife had sliced through my heart. Tom glared at me from across the room, and then I got a text from him with a stupid meme that said, "I told you so." I put on the necklace and went straight home. All of a sudden, it was like my world turned gray. I couldn't smile or pretend to laugh at my parents' stupid bug jokes.
What's the matter, Ladybug?
You look as sad as a slug.
A sad slug? That's funny.
I told them I was fine, but I really wasn't. The next day, I was in the library, and the most surprising thing happened. The librarian walked up to me, glanced at my necklace, and suddenly her face turned white as a ghost. "That necklace, where did you get it? It was a gift. Come with me." I followed the librarian to an aisle filled with a ton of old, dusty books. She pulled one off the shelf, then showed me a picture of an ancient Egyptian princess wearing my necklace. The next thing I knew, me and my parents were whisked away to this huge lab where a famous archaeologist examined my necklace. Then he had a huge press conference. "Professor, are the rumors really true?"
Yes, we've confirmed it. The necklace is authentic, and it's worth $200,000.
After that night, my life turned upside down, and everyone around me went bananas. Camera crews camped out on my lawn, and magazines and news stations wanted to interview me. There were even conspiracy theories that said that I was a long-lost princess, and the necklace traveled through time and space to find me. Even my parents started acting crazy. One night, they barged into my room with a projector and a slideshow. "You must sell the necklace. It could pay for your college tuition, a sailboat, and a new wardrobe."
We could even expand the bug business worldwide. Cockroaches and termites, beware.
It didn't feel right spending the money on me. I wanted to give it to Miss Green to save the thrift store. The next morning, I went to the store to meet her, but I bumped into stupid Tom instead.
What are you doing here?
None of your business, jerk.
If you're looking for my granny, she's not here. She's out of town, but I'm glad I ran into you. I need that necklace back.
No way! Miss Green wanted me to have it.
That was a mistake. I don't have time to explain. I need that necklace back now.
Tom tried to grab the necklace, but I ran. He chased me around the store. I grabbed a pair of boots off the shelf and threw them at his feet. Tom tripped and fell on his face. I hustled out the door. I was wearing my new ruby red heels, so I didn't move very fast. Just when I thought I was in the clear, these two crazy maniacs jumped into the street. And you know the rest. I guess we can pick back up at the kiss. I like replaying it in my head all the time. Since when do you care about me, jerk face?
Since I realized that I like you.
Then he pulled away, grabbed my hand, and we hopped on a bus. The bus sped away just as the crazy maniacs turned the corner. We were in the clear. I turned to see Tom staring at me. I was totally confused. Just minutes ago, Tom was my enemy, the Joker to my Batman, the pimple to my forehead. And now he tells me he likes me?
Yeah, I'm as confused as you are. I hated you for weeks. Your silly clothes and your obsession with thrifting was so annoying, but then something changed. The truth is, I was just jealous.
Jealous of what?
You're smart and funny. You don't care what anyone thinks. You pull off your hideous clothes with confidence. And the way you are with my grandma, I've never seen her so happy. I've never seen anyone smile like that in my family before. And you're so brave. You never give up. I guess you inspired me.
Then why did you try to steal my necklace?
I wasn't trying to steal it. A couple of days ago, I was at the shop alone when these scary-looking men came searching for the necklace. I didn't know what they were talking about. They said they'd hurt me and Granny if I didn't give it back. I searched everywhere for that necklace, but I couldn't find it.
But Miss Green found the necklace and gave it to me.
That night you were on the news, the bad men came to the store and took my Granny, demanding the necklace as ransom. They said they'd hurt her if I went to the police. I don't know what to do.
I glanced out the window and saw the bad men tailing the bus in a car. Then I got an idea. I pulled out my cell phone and told my parents about our dilemma. They told us they'd meet us at the next bus stop.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah, I come from a family of exterminators. We know how to get rid of pests. Tom and I stepped off the bus, and just as I imagined, the scary men pulled up. Tom started freaking out.
They're coming. We have to run.
But before I could calm Tom down, we were surrounded by the bad guys.
Give up. It's over, you stupid kids.
Then my parents jumped out of the bushes with their gas masks and exterminator gear, screaming like lunatics and spraying them with insecticides.
Stop it! Stop it!
You better hold still then, or I'm gonna release Simon and Igor on you next.
They bite when they get anxious.
The men revealed where they'd been holding Miss Green, and we called the police immediately. They sent a team to rescue Miss Green from an abandoned building, while the bad men were taken to jail. After that, I sold the necklace. I tried giving the money to Miss Green to save the thrift store, but she insisted that we become business partners instead. Tom and I started dating, and he stopped being a jerk. Well, somewhat.
Your jacket is ugly, but you're beautiful, and I love you.
I'm gonna throw your pretentious shoes in the dumpster later, but I love you too.
Hi, I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born, and Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after 2 kids. What's wrong? Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared. I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that, except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner, you're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace. And as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam.
a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not so called for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind.
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point. And by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've got to meet my dad.
I don't think I should. But Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it. Like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream, so it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the intense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy, was that the best decision ever! The game took me into the magical world of Miraland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Miraland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic.
I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Decabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Decabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hero was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So, I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hero got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about. And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, You could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hero. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hero immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hero's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hero? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. But I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hero,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hero with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins, and Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold. Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hero pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food.
Oh my god, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point.
And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again, but for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision, and I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't gonna stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby!
I felt really nervous as I walked down the hallway of my new school for wealthy students. I could feel people turning around to look at me and whispering, "Oh my god, I've never seen a goddess like her in my entire life. She looks like someone on the cover of a fashion magazine." Wait, someone thought I looked like a goddess? I was really getting the royal treatment on my first day. I had girls asking me to sit with them at lunch, and boys were dropping by to introduce themselves and bring me food. These people wouldn't look at me the same way if they ever found out about my parents. Just then, a nasty-looking girl walked over to my table and leaned on it, her face inches away from mine. "I don't know who you are or where you've dropped down from, but you better not cross me. I'm the campus queen, and I rule the school." Just then, one of the boys pushed her aside. "Shut up, girl. I've forgotten your name already. All hail the new campus queen!" When I got home that day, I quickly changed into my work clothes and rushed downstairs to meet my adoptive parents. "How's your new school?" "Oh, it's so cool and fun. Everybody really seems to like me and..." "Okay, that's great. Go to the kitchen quickly now and help the cook." I walked into the kitchen to find it in complete chaos, and the cook was relaxing on her feet up on a stool. "Why is the kitchen so dirty? And you haven't even started cooking." "Don't take that tone with me, Missy. Just 'cause you're going to some fancy school, I need to rest my feet. Now chop chop!" To everyone outside this mansion, I was the only daughter of 2 loving parents, but I was actually their maid's daughter. A couple of years ago, Mom remarried and just left me. The rich couple she worked for, Mr. and Mrs. Richard, decided to keep me, and I worked for them so I could go to a good school. Later that evening, as the cook and I were walking back home from the grocery store, someone suddenly bumped into me, and everything went flying everywhere. Gosh, Emily, are you blind? Sorry, sir. The child's an idiot. The man just glared at me and walked away. As I picked up the stuff, I couldn't help thinking I had to do well at the school and get a college scholarship, so I never had to work under her again. The first week at school was going amazingly well. My popularity was on the rise, and honestly, it was all really new to me. I was doing well in my lessons, and all the teachers really seemed to like me too. That is, until the day our real science teacher, Mr. Howard, returned from sick leave. The minute he walked into the classroom, I recognized him as the guy I'd bumped into. Today, we'll be talking about something I detest. Viruses. I mean, you kids are annoying enough, but I hate it when you're sick and come to school with noses full of snot. Wow, what an unpleasant guy. Now, something a lot of people don't know is that the same virus that causes the flu can also infect computers. So if you don't want your computers to crash, stay away from them when you have the cold. Wait, what? That was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Yes? I'm sorry, but that's not possible, sir. I've never given my laptop the flu. As a few kids started to laugh, he looked really mad. Why? Have you never fallen sick? Are you Superman? No. If you're Superman, why don't you show everyone how you can fly around? Go ahead. But I'm not Superman, and I can't fly. Well, then shut up. Just then, the principal walked into the classroom glaring at the teacher.
Mr. Howard, you cannot talk to Emily like that. We're very happy to have such a smart girl here. She's definitely smarter than you. Emily, if anyone tries to bother you, you come and tell me, okay?
Mr. Howard looked like he was having a fit. When the class ended, he called out to me to stay back. Oh no! Reluctantly, I walked over to his desk, and what he said left me in complete shock. I wondered why you looked so familiar. You're the cook's little helper I bumped into. So what? You're here now pretending to be all smart and rich? I'm not pretending. My parents are really wealthy people, and I am smart. Why were you dressed like a maid? Was that a disguise? Are you Superman? Oh my god, not that again. If you're really rich, answer this. What are the names of all the Kardashians? The what? Ha! I knew it. Every wealthy person knows the answer to that. I know you're just a maid, and I don't like dishonest people, so I don't like you. I'll be watching you. And he wasn't kidding. From that day on, anywhere I went in school, there he was. It seemed like he was hoping to catch me sweeping floors or something. I realized soon, though, that keeping up the rich act wasn't all that simple. These girls just seemed like they lived on another planet. We're going to Paris for Christmas this year. That sounds amazing. We're just having a party on Daddy's yacht. Emily, what did you do last Christmas? Washed 100 dishes and ate leftovers in my room with my hamster? My parents invited Lady Gaga over for a private concert. The girls screamed like hyenas and insisted that they wanted to hear every single detail. One day, they took me to the gym during cheerleading practice. Now that you're like the most popular girl in school, you've got to be in the cheerleading team, duh. Not every popular girl has to be a cheerleader, right? I'm not into this kind of stuff. I like to read books. The girls looked at me like I was an alien from outer space. They pushed me to try out anyway, and I was really bad at it. But the coach just said, "She's so pretty. She can just stand on the side and wave pom-poms. Welcome to the team, Emily." And just like that, I was a cheerleader. As I was walking out, I spotted Mr. Howard in the doorway. Well, being a cheerleader is every maid's dream, isn't it? Wait till everyone finds out about you. The next day in class, Mr. Howard suddenly dropped a book on my desk, making me jump out of my skin. Happy birthday, Emily! How did he know? Thank you, sir? So, I'm sure a rich, popular girl like you must be having a grand celebration, right? Everyone's eyes were on us now, and he was looking down at me with a smirk. Yes, of course! It's so big, I'm still planning it. But it will happen very, very soon. As all the kids gave me excited smiles, I stared down at my quiz in horror. What had I landed myself into? With everyone asking me about the party, I had to come up with something fast. I had no choice but to go to Mr. and Mrs. Richard. I'm really sorry, but I need to throw a big birthday party for my friends. I'll make up for it by doing extra chores. I thought they'd be really mad, but Mrs. Richard jumped up excitedly. Deal. Now let's throw you the biggest birthday bash this neighborhood has ever seen. And boy, did she go all out. The theme of the party was teen models, and there was a fashion show runway makeup stations, and pink outfits for everyone. I was just really excited about the party favors because Mrs. Richard had let me choose those. As the girls tore off the wrapping papers, they suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Ew, you gave us books? Yeah, and not just any books. These are limited editions, signed by J.K. Rowling herself. The girls looked really disappointed. But just then, Mrs. Richard came running in and pushed me aside. I know what teen girls want. Diamond bracelets. There, you get one, and you get one. Everyone gets one. The books were rudely tossed aside, and I nearly went deaf from their high-pitched screams. The next day, everyone was still discussing how amazing my party had been. Just then, Mr. Howard walked in with our assignments and started distributing them. I was horrified to see the big, fat D on mine. And you get a D, and you get a D. Everyone gets a D. Mr. Howard, my assignment is just fine. And how can we all get Ds? Are you the teacher now? How can your assignments be fine when all of you were busy partying last night? Oh yeah, I saw the Instagram stories. But we submitted these last week. That's enough. I'll see you in detention now. The bad grade and the detention wasn't even the worst part. Everyone in class was mad at me now. Like this is my fault. Look, Em, we can't be friends with you and fail science. My parents will kill me, so we're sorry, but bye. And they all walked off wearing their flashy diamond bracelets. Ugh, these rich girls were the worst. I couldn't let him bully me and ruin my grades, so I decided to talk to the principal. After he looked at my assignment, he called Mr. Howard into his office. I was looking forward to the principal telling him off, but I was not expecting what came next. Mr. Howard, you're fired. What? You heard me. Now please pack your things and leave immediately. Mr. Howard looked completely stunned, then got up and left quickly. I was horrified. I hadn't meant to get him fired. Don't worry, Emily. I'll have the substitute teacher fix everyone's grades. Later, as I walked down the hallway, I saw Mr. Howard leaving with his belongings. He looked so sad. I'd gotten him fired, but I just felt terrible. I decided to go tell him that I'd talked to the principal about giving him his job back. Later that evening, I sneaked over to his house and pressed my nose against the window to see him having dinner with his mom and 5 rather scary-looking sisters. So, Howie, why don't you tell your sisters your amazing news? He just stared down at his plate silently. He got fired, ladies. What have I done to deserve such a stupid son? Why couldn't you be a lawyer or a doctor or an astronaut like your sisters? Oh my God, Howard, it's a pretty easy job. Isn't it bad enough that you're just a teacher and now you're not even that? Seriously, bro, you're never getting a girlfriend. Loser. Oh, by the way, Ma, I got a promotion at work today. As they all clinked glasses, I saw Mr. Howard leave the table. I could not feel any worse right now, and I kind of understood why he was a bit of a bully. Just then, I heard a voice behind me. What are you doing here? It wasn't bad enough to get me fired. Now you want to see my humiliation at home? And before I could even say anything, he sat down on the bench and started to cry. Mr. Howard, I'm really sorry. I never meant to get you fired. I came to tell you that I'll talk to the principal. Oh, what's the point? I'm just a dumb teacher. Even you think I'm dumb. No, I don't. And your family is wrong. Being a teacher is just as amazing as any other profession. You can make such a difference in so many lives. He gave me a smile. You really are quite smart, aren't you? I'm sorry I picked on you for being a maid. You are a maid, right? Yes, sir. Well, who cares? You're really going to go places one day, Emily. Oh, also, can I have one of the signed Harry Potter books? Thankfully, the principal listened to me and decided to reinstate Mr. Howard. Since then, he's become much nicer to everyone, and he's hired me as his personal assistant to do the fact-checking for him. We've become really good friends, and I finally have someone to discuss books with.
I was busy serving customers in the restaurant when the most handsome guy I'd ever seen came in. I swore he looked like a prince. Calm down, Sam. May I take your order, sir? I wanted to try your... Wow, you look so beautiful. Huh? He suddenly took my hand and placed it on his chest. Can you feel how fast it beats right now? Yeah? This must be love at first sight. What? Are you bored or do you have a bet with your friends or something? No, I don't. Jokes aside, I'm actually looking for my girlfriend. I saw her coming into this restaurant a while ago. Oh, what does she look like? Suddenly, he took out his phone and showed me a picture of her. It was actually the front of his camera. False alarm. I think I found her. Wait, me? It caught me so off guard that I tripped backwards. Hi, my name is Sam, and I'm a part-time waitress and a full-time weirdo. Please like and subscribe. I couldn't work properly because Austin just stayed for my entire shift and kept staring at me. And before he left, he gave me a huge tip. I ran after him. Is this a joke? Are you trying to win me over with money? Because it's not gonna work. No, I was just trying to get you to come after me and talk. He looked so shy all of a sudden, and it was kind of cute. I'll be dreaming of you tonight. He then winked at me before finally getting into his limo, and I spent the whole night thinking that it actually happened. The next day at school, my best friend Garrett suddenly ran up to me with an ear-piercing squeal. Girl, you will not believe who just joined our class. He was the most handsome guy that I have ever seen in my life. A 100% snack. Garrett was a year older than me, but since we worked together in the restaurant, we became besties for life. Oh yeah? Cool. I didn't think that someone would be more attractive than that rich guy last night, though. Oh my God, he's coming this way. Okay, I need to calm down. My jaw dropped when I turned. No frickin' way! It was him, the guy from the cafe. What are you doing here? I just got transferred here as a senior. This must be fate, don't you think? Or stalking. He just smiled at me, reached for my hand, and kissed it. See you around, beautiful. When he finally left, Garrett turned to me like he'd seen a ghost. You have some explaining to do, girlie. I told him everything that happened last night, and he went bonkers. Ugh, you're lucky that you're prettier than me. So, what's your plan? What do you mean, plan? Duh, he obviously likes you. If I were you, I'd marry him right away. There's no plan, and he's probably messing around, so get over it. I don't think so, honey. Apparently, Garrett was right. The guy's name is Austin, and he'd come to the restaurant daily to see me and was showering me with attention in school too. Garrett would turn into a happy worm every time, but the girls weren't digging it. One day, he invited me out for dinner, and when I finally agreed, he took me to a landing pad. Is that your private jet? I heard there's a really good restaurant in Korea, and I wanted to try it with you. Korea? We're gonna have dinner in another country? Only the best for someone as lovely as you, Sam. I was still speechless when we finally arrived. Austin, you can have any girl you want. Someone prettier and richer, so why me? You don't even know anything about me. I told you, it was love at first sight. And I don't care whether you're rich or poor. I just want to take care of you. He leaned in and tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. Why was I resisting this? He was lovely and he liked me. It was worth a shot dating him. Soon enough, Austin and I were an item, and he was just too good to be true. He'd take me out to yacht parties, concerts, and dinners with his friends, and all these people were so fancy. I just felt this pressure to look good and wear makeup all the time and act a certain way. I liked Austin a lot, but I felt like I was a different person in his world, and something between us was just missing. One night, I told Mom about it, and she shared something with me. When I first met your dad, I felt this heart-pounding rush in my chest. At that moment, I just knew that he was the one. That heart-pounding rush. That's what was missing with Austin. At school the next day, I was looking for Austin and found him in the locker room. Only he looked really different. His hair was dyed black, and there was a cool tattoo on the side of his neck. He looked breathtaking. Was this the rush Mom was talking about? Just then, I tiptoed and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Whoa, what was that for? You look irresistible today. Your new look suits you better. He just gave me a confused look and walked away. What was wrong with him? I followed him and he looked annoyed. Why are you following me? Are you okay? Did I do something wrong? You kissed me without my permission. It was just a kiss on the cheek, and you're my boyfriend. In your dreams, sister. Wow, I didn't know that you're actually a huge jerk. Yes, I am. Now leave me alone. I went to the bleachers to compose myself, and there he was again, holding a bouquet of flowers. Flowers for the lovely lady. I almost choked when I saw him with his blonde hair again. You're Austin, my boyfriend, right? Why wouldn't I be? I felt so confused. I grabbed his hand and dragged him inside the building. Just then, I bumped straight into someone. It was the hotter Austin. First, you want to kiss me, and now you want to feel my chest? Control yourself, please. I looked at the two back and forth. You have a twin brother? Ding, ding, ding. Austin apologized for not telling me that minor detail earlier. He told me that Apollo got kicked out of his school abroad and just got here today. He then turned to his twin. Don't mess with my girl again, or else. Maybe you should tell her that. She kissed me and told me that I looked more handsome with darker hair. Hey, I didn't know that my boyfriend has a twin. Austin pulled me aside to a corner. So, you find him more attractive? You both literally look the same. It's not a big deal. Fine, but I need you to stay away from him. He's just trouble. Why would I want to stick with him anyway? But the universe wanted to make my life complicated. Apollo failed a grade in his previous school, so he was put in the same class as mine. And worse, he drove my seatmate away and sat beside me. Excuse me, but why here? There's a lot of vacant seats at the back. Just doing you a favor, in case you missed my brother. Unbelievable! I told Garrett about the mess, and he just laughed at me. Oh girl, I think you're in deep trouble. Was I? One time I was reading in the library when Austin came and sat next to me. Hey, I've been looking for you. What you doing? Just checking on some disappearing cases in the Bermuda Triangle. Do you really think there are sea monsters down there? Why are you reading such nonsense? Are you a child? Suddenly, he snatched the book away from me and tossed it aside. I was furious. You didn't have to throw the book away. You should focus on more fun things, like me. Books are lame. That explains why you're stupid. He turned to see Apollo reading a book behind us. What did you say? Oh, I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm reading something out loud. Before Austin could throw a fit, Apollo got up and left. Austin was mumbling something about how awful his twin was, and here I was, thinking about how attractive he looked as he held that book. The next few days were confusing for me. The more I hung out with Austin, the more I realized that we had nothing in common. One time, he forced me to play tennis with him, and just a few seconds later, I was already a rotten vegetable. He was into active sports while I just wanted to sleep. He took me to a party one night, and while he was dancing away with his friends, I sat in a corner feeling totally out of place. Why did the music have to be so loud? I opened my phone just then and was surprised to see the news. There was a meteorite captured on camera, and the place where it landed seemed to be near here. I escaped the club and went straight to the location. As I walked toward the clearing, I spotted a guy studying some marks on the ground. When he looked up at me, I was shocked to see who it was. Apollo! What are you doing here? Are you following me? Duh, I came here to see the meteorite. We're late. The NASA guys already took it. It landed over there. What a bummer. There's possibly an alien here somewhere too. Quite likely. Are you making fun of me? Or do you think aliens are real too? I might sound weird, but yes, I believe that we're not alone in this universe. There's life out there, but the government is just hiding the truth from us. For the first time ever, he smiled, and I felt that rush again. We started talking, and I was having a really good time. He offered me some food, and while we were eating, I suddenly burped out loud. Oops, sorry. He just laughed and said, I'm sorry I was a jerk when we first met. I just thought it was cute that you mistook me as my brother, so I decided to tease you. It's not a big deal. Soon, we both laid down on the grass and watched the sky above as we continued talking about aliens and other conspiracy theories. Suddenly, he turned to me and there was that heart-pounding rush again. I'm really glad that I'm not alone in this, believing in all this stuff. I thought I was the only one. Me too. I was feeling lost in his eyes, and suddenly I snapped out of it. It's getting late. My mom's gonna kill me. He dropped me home, and when he was finally gone, I realized that I was still smiling. Maybe I was just happy to find someone who had similar interests. Yeah, that was it. Since then, Apollo and I became closer at school, and we never ran out of things to talk about. During our classes, we would secretly pass notes. What do you think really happened to Malaysia Airlines Flight 370? Do you think Bigfoot is real? Where did Amelia Earhart suddenly go? Which really came first, the chicken or the egg? And it turned out we both loved My Story Animated too. Apollo and I would always watch the newest episode on YouTube during recess. Austin eventually noticed our closeness, and he looked pissed. Apollo is trying to steal you away from me. What are you talking about? He's your brother. I should get along with him too, right? Whatever. Remember, you're mine. You're making it sound like you own me, and I don't like that. Suddenly, he kissed me gently on the cheek. I didn't mean it like that, babe. I just like you a lot. And Apollo's always wanted everything I have. He might be getting close to you just to piss me off. Somehow, that didn't sound like Apollo to me, and I liked having him as my friend. One night, Apollo visited me at the restaurant and waited for my shift to end before taking me somewhere. I want to show you something. Sometime later, we arrived at a field near their mansion. This is where I last saw Mom, and the next day, she was gone. I saw some marks of a spaceship right here. I was just 5 then, so I made myself believe that aliens took her away. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sure your mom is in a better place now. I wish they'd taken me with her too. Someone will be sad if they did, you know? I don't think so. I'm useless and just a pain in the butt. I'm pretty sure someone will be sad. Sam? Yeah? You know what it means when I go missing one day. What are you saying? And why are you saying this? Just in case. His words were sending me goosebumps. But before I could say anything more, he just changed the topic and said he'd drop me home. I just couldn't stop thinking about Apollo all the time. I was falling for him. With him, I could just be me. I had to talk to Austin and end things. It wasn't fair to lead him on. I pulled him into an empty classroom the next day. We need to talk about something. Save that for later. I need you to join us for dinner tonight. My dad is really excited to meet you. But please, don't make an excuse. I've had a really lovely dinner all planned out for us. Please? I sighed and said yes. And the next thing I knew, he sent a team of stylists to my house to dress me up like the richest girl in town. Ugh. When I finally arrived at the restaurant, my jaw almost dropped upon seeing his dad and stepmom. They looked like royalty. Mom, Dad, I would like you to meet Samantha, my girlfriend. You're even prettier than he described. Welcome to the family, sweetheart. Welcome to the what now? As we started eating, someone came and sat next to me. I almost choked on my orange juice when I realized who it was. Apollo. Why was he here? Sorry I'm late. But no one seemed to care. Their dad continued talking about how perfect Austin was and how he trusted him to be the next CEO of his company. As Austin was trying to be extra sweet to me, Apollo suddenly held my hand from under the table. Apollo, honey, you should also find a girlfriend as beautiful as Samantha. Unfortunately for him, no one can be as beautiful as my Sam. Then maybe you can break up and just let me be with her. Excuse me? Before things could get out of hand, the waitress suddenly spilled the whole pitcher of juice, messing up Austin's shirt. This is unacceptable. Dad, let's go to a better restaurant. We could go to another city. I can have the helicopter ready in minutes. They were unbelievable. I excused myself to the restroom to calm myself down, and as I got out, I noticed the waitress crying at the back, and Apollo was talking to her. Here, please, take this as an apology for my family's behavior. He was giving her a huge tip, and I felt my heart melting. How was he so different from his family? When I went back, I told them that I needed to go home because I wasn't feeling well. As Austin was driving me home, I finally confronted him. I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore. What? Are you breaking up with me? I tried, but it's just not working. Is this about the stupid waitress? Watch your words. I'm a waitress too, in case you forgot. This is about Apollo, right? You like him. What are you talking about? He's a hopeless case, Sam. There's no future with him. He's always depressed. Do you even know why he's like that? It's because of Mom. I lost her too, but I moved on eventually. He's just being dramatic. I'm here. I'm better than him by 100 times. Not everyone is as insensitive as you are, Austin. After everything I did for you, you choose that loser over me? I'm literally perfect, and you're just a dumb waitress. I suddenly slapped him, hard, and then I stormed out of his car. Jerk. He ignored me after that, but I couldn't care less. What was bothering me was the fact that Apollo started avoiding me too, on purpose. Thanks to Garrett for keeping me sane, or else I would have already lost my mind. One day, our class had to do a team building exercise on the lakeside, and during one game, I was teamed up with both brothers of all people. We were on a raft and we needed to collect 20 plastic balls from the water in 3 minutes. It was so awkward because both of them were pretending that I was invisible. While I was reaching for a ball, an unexpected wave suddenly hit us and I fell into the water. I didn't know how to swim. I kicked around frantically, and just as I felt I was gonna give up, I felt strong arms around my waist. I got you. It was Apollo, and he quickly swam to the shore with me. He was looking down at me with a really worried face. Just then, Austin came running and pushed him aside. Sam, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. No, I'm fine now. I thought I was gonna lose you. I still love you, you know. But I don't love you, Austin. I thought I was sending Apollo a really clear message, but he silently walked away. Had I been misreading all the signs? I was certain he liked me too, but he was just running away from me. When I went to school after the weekend, I noticed he wasn't in class. He didn't turn up the next day either, and I had no choice but to ask Austin about it.
He went back to the US because he got bored here. Get over it.
Get over it? I couldn't believe that he'd leave just like that. Weeks turned into months, and there wasn't a single word from him. Mom and Garrett were trying their best to distract me and cheer me up, but I would still think about him every night. I often visited our spot in the field, hoping he'd magically show up, but he never did. Months later, Austin came up to me one day and said he had to tell me something.
Apollo didn't leave because he was bored, Sam. He's been sick since he was a kid, and his disease got worse, and he needed to go back to the US for his treatment. Yeah, I was mad at you for breaking up with me, but I actually kept the truth from you because he didn't want you to know. He's completely fine now, and he came back a week ago. You should go see him.
I felt my eyes well up. Why are you being nice to me? I thought you hated me.
No, never. I can be a jerk sometimes, but I'm really not that bad. I want you to be happy, and my brother too.
I gave him a quick hug and then rushed to the field Apollo had taken me to. And I found him sitting in the same spot. It was really him. Apollo!
Sam,
I thought you were gone for good.
Well, the aliens tried to take me, but I didn't go with them. I can't just leave someone behind.
I wonder who that is. I jumped on my sister's brand new iPhone and made sure it was smashed to pieces. I hated her. This psycho witch wanted to ruin my life and use my medical condition against me. But I was ready to kick her butt, and anyone's butt who supported her. Hi, my name is Hope. Please like and subscribe. And please know, this video is sponsored by FireGuard VPN. With one click on this app, you can prevent anyone from accessing your personal information. Download FireGuard VPN to stay safe on the internet and enjoy watching YouTube videos privately. When I was 5 years old, a wealthy donor came to visit the shelter I was living in, and I was chosen to give a speech in front of him. The man was impressed by my confidence and smartness. He asked about me and adopted me. His name was Mr. George, and he was a really rich businessman. When I moved to live with him, I met his wife and kids. Susie was my age, and Adam was a year older than me, and they both looked sophisticated. They were really nice to me, and I was living my best days with them. That is, until I hit puberty. Susie had a crush on one of Adam's friends named Josh. His family was even wealthier than Mr. George's, and boy, was he gorgeous. When I was in the 8th grade, Susie threw a party. She told me she wanted to confess her love to Josh and ask him out in front of everyone. At the party, Susie asked for everyone's attention and got down on her knees. Josh, I see you in my dreams. I see you everywhere. I can't get you out of my head. So, will you please be my boyfriend? There was an awkward silence. Josh held Susie up and whispered something in her ear. Then he said loudly,
"Yes, Susie, I would love to be your boyfriend."
They hugged and everyone cheered. But days passed and I didn't see them going out together. That was weird. Then one night, I saw someone's shadow at the door. I thought it was just Susie and I turned around to sleep. Minutes later, someone whispered in my ear,
"You look even prettier when you're asleep."
I was startled and almost yelled out when Josh put his hand on my mouth.
"Hey, shush, it's me.
What are you doing here?"
"I'm here to ask you out."
"What? But you're with Susie."
No, I told her I was gay.
and that I didn't want to embarrass her in front of everyone that night, so I said yes. But man, I only want you, and I know you want me too. I see the way you look at me. Plus, you are way prettier than her.
I can't. I can't date you. Susie will go nuts when she finds out.
She wouldn't. How would she? Unless you tell her.
How did you even get in here? Can you leave now? And we'll talk at school tomorrow.
So that's a yes, right? Give me a kiss on the cheek.
I kissed his cheek and he left. Josh and I started dating secretly. Once I took Josh to the lab to give him a present for his birthday. We started making out when suddenly the teacher barged in. He was a grumpy, strict old man. The teacher started yelling at us, and then he dragged us both to the principal's office. I didn't care about the consequences. I was only worried Susie would find out that Josh rejected her to be with me. Well, they called my parents, and my mom came.
Madam, this is a school and not a club. Your daughter was making out with this boy, and it's really disgraceful. I don't know if disgraceful is the right word. You're exaggerating. Excuse me?
Actually, I don't have time to explain, but I do have money. And with that, she took out a check, wrote a big number on it, and handed it to the principal.
Oh, ma'am, no. We need to solve this first. I need you to make your daughter promise that she will be well behaved from now on.
Oh, she will promise you nothing. Shut up and take the money. I'm out of here. Then she got up and looked at me and Josh.
You want me to take you somewhere to continue the lab assignment?
We both smiled and followed her. I was scared that Mom might tell Susie, so that night I was determined to tell Susie everything myself. I couldn't live in fear forever. When I got to our room, I saw her sitting on the bed, combing her hair. Next time, when you want to make out with a guy, try the backyard. There's a big tree there. I always hide behind it. Susie, you know? I've known everything since the day Josh came here that night. I heard everything. Are you mad? No, I'm not. I understand. I ran to her and hugged her tight. It's just the way you are. You stole my place in this family. You stole my life, basically. And now you're stealing my only love. And I will destroy you. She pushed me away and I walked towards the door. Before leaving, she said, "You're only a filthy, poor orphan. And I'll make sure you never forget that." I got scared and didn't know what to do. So I went to my mom and told her. That girl. She's always been jealous and dumb. Such an embarrassment. Don't let her hurt you. She's evil. I knew that the moment I saw her face. Fight for your man, Hope. The next day, I decided to invite Josh over for dinner with the family, just to challenge Susie. When we were eating, I made sure I was touching Josh and feeding him with my hand. Then suddenly, my tummy started hurting. It was really painful and I screamed. Everyone was shocked and worried, except for that witch, Susie. I knew that she'd put something in the food to poison me, but the doctor said it wasn't food poisoning at all. I had some stomach problems and needed to take medicine for it daily. And, well, that medicine made me gain weight. I got fat. And who was the happiest about my new body? Yeah, Susie. Once, she wore a huge garbage bag and came to me walking like a pregnant psycho alien. Oh, look at me. I'm fat and ugly now. Like who? Oh, like Hope. Maybe God wanted to remind you who you actually are. You forgot your past and started thinking that you're important and rich. Look at you now, an ugly, stupid pig. You're wearing a garbage bag? Wow, you finally found an outfit that suits your personality. She slapped me and I attacked her. The maids came and took her away. But I started to feel that Susie was right. I looked in the mirror and saw how ugly I was. I texted Josh and said, "We're over." He deserved better. Next day at school, during lunch break, Josh got on one of the tables and asked for everyone's attention.
I've only loved one girl in my life, and she's perfect the way she is. But she doesn't realize that. I love her, and I want to be with her no matter what. Hope, you're my hope. Please don't leave me.
With tears in my eyes, I ran to him and hugged him tight while everyone was cheering and clapping. In the following 2 years, I gained more than 50 pounds. While Josh got more handsome and hotter, I knew I had to do something. So I joined the gym. It didn't help me lose weight, but at least I didn't gain more weight. One day in my senior year of high school, I got back home to find my family arguing. Turned out that Adam had a girlfriend and he'd gotten her pregnant. She was poor. Adam had wanted to keep it a secret, but Susie found out and told my parents. I can't believe I'm having a poor niece.
That's just disgusting. Shut your mouth. She's poor, so what? We'll bring her here and treat her well. We will love her and our grandchild.
Oh, yes, I forgot. You're used to raising poor people. You know what, Mom? Sometimes I look at you and I feel that you just can't stand me. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I hate you.
And she was about to attack Mom when I stepped in between them. Touch her and I will hurt you.
How? By sitting on me?
And then she attacked me. Dad and Adam pulled us apart. She stormed off to her room screaming.
I can't wait for next year, so I can leave for good.
A few months later, Adam's girlfriend moved in with us. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and they named her Hope after me. It was time for me to go to college. Susie said she didn't want to study anything, and she loved herself without a degree. Josh wasn't going to college either. He said he wanted to work at his dad's company for now. When I started college, I realized how insecure I was about my looks. Josh wasn't with me to make me feel pretty. Sometimes I felt people were making fun of me behind my but instead of going, I booked a flight and went back home. But I didn't go to my parents' home. I went to the shelter instead. I hadn't been there since I got adopted. After spending the entire day with the kids there, I was leaving when a little girl caught my dress.
Are you leaving us, like the rest? Can you take me with you?
I saw myself in her, and I decided to adopt her. I didn't go back to my parents' house. I rented an apartment and lived there with Tiffany. After a month, I decided I should tell Josh at least. When I saw him, I ran to him like a little girl and we held each other close. I'd missed him so much. I told him everything. He hugged me even more tightly and asked to see my daughter. The next day, when he saw Tiffany, his eyes teared up. He patted her head and looked at me.
Will you marry me, Hope?
Why, Josh? Just tell me why. You're perfect. You're every girl's dream. And me? Look at me. I'm only a fat girl. Even my parents thought I was worth nothing and left me in a shelter. Susie has always been right. I'm just a loser.
But you're luckier than most of the kids in the shelter. You got adopted by one of the wealthiest, loveliest couples in the city. You're pretty and smart. Even Susie, one of the prettiest girls, is so jealous of you. Babe, I love you the way you are, and you deserve to be loved.
I couldn't help crying. I hugged him and I said, yes, I want to marry you. I went to see my parents with Josh and Tiffany. I confessed and told them everything. Mom hugged me tight. Oh, honey, I'm glad you're here now, and your daughter is going to brighten my life even more, along with Adam's daughter. I could use some cheering up, especially after what your dumb sister did.
What did she do?
Oh, Josh didn't tell you? She went to Josh's mansion to talk to him, but she didn't find him and stole some very expensive watches and other items. She said she just wanted something to remind her of Josh. She got caught and she's been jailed for months now. I didn't even hire a lawyer. Maybe this will teach her a lesson. Well, I spent some time with my family, and with everyone's tremendous love and support, I felt stronger and finally ready to continue my studies. Their love made me love myself and finally accept the way that I looked, and I didn't stop believing in myself no matter what happened.
Hi, I'm Grace, and I'm a liar. But before that, please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of Bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who is my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to Bleep and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon, but there was one big
big problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was gonna fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened.
I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money.
I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes, and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at a 2-star restaurant. Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi everyone, I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of Bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez, can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder, and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense, because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar
when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab, but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was good to tell the truth, but then it hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kinda struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be his date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bed sheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot, I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying, and most of all, Damien. Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. I was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids. And it took a while, but Brian and I started